Tonight, you step into fog-silvered San Francisco of the early 1850s, where masts crowd the bay and ledgers whisper promises louder than gold. We won't chase strike reports or tally fortunes. We'll walk beside Joshua Abraham Norton, merchant before myth, his hands on contracts, his eyes on far harbors. You'll hear the creak of wharves, the rustle of newspapers, the soft snap of a wax seal as a single wager begins to unthread a life. In that unraveling, under gaslight and sea mist, an emperor without an empire quietly takes shape. To understand how a man becomes an emperor without an empire, we must first journey to the beginning of Joshua Norton's story, back to a time when his dreams were more conventional, though no less ambitious. Picture, if you will, the bustling port of San Francisco in the early 1850s, where ships arrived daily carrying men with hearts full of gold fever and pockets empty of everything but hope. The San Francisco of Norton's era was a city unlike any other in the world, a place where the normal rules of society had been suspended by the sheer force of possibility. Gold had been discovered in the Sierra Nevada foothills in 1848, and within months, the sleepy Mexican settlement of Yerba Buena had been transformed into a booming metropolis that seemed to reinvent itself with each tide. The population exploded from fewer than 1,000 souls to over 50,000 in just a few years, creating a social laboratory where traditional hierarchies meant nothing, and fortunes could be made or lost in a single day. This was a city built on dreams and sustained by audacity. Men who had been clerks and farmers back east found themselves wealthy beyond imagination, while others who had arrived with substantial resources discovered that the old rules of commerce no longer applied. The very ground beneath the city seemed unstable, not just metaphorically but literally, as entire blocks were built on landfill and the debris of ships that had been abandoned by crews rushing to the gold fields. Joshua Abraham Norton was not among these desperate seekers. He had already found his fortune, or so it seemed. Born in England around 1818, Norton represented a different class of immigrant entirely, not the rough miners and laborers who dominated the popular imagination of the gold rush, but the merchant class that understood the real profits lay not in digging for gold, but in selling supplies to those who did. Norton's early life in England remains somewhat mysterious, but the fragments we know suggest a comfortable middle-class upbringing. His family was neither wealthy nor poor, but possessed the kind of modest prosperity that could afford a good education and reasonable expectations for the future. Young Joshua would have been raised with the Victorian values of hard work, moral rectitude, and the belief that merit and effort would be rewarded with success and respectability. The family's migration to South Africa when Norton was still a young man speaks to the adventurous spirit that would later manifest itself in such extraordinary ways. South Africa in the 1830s and 1840s was still very much a frontier society, where British colonial administration was attempting to impose order on a complex patchwork of indigenous peoples, Dutch settlers, and recent British immigrants. It was a place where a young man with energy and intelligence could make his mark, but also where the comfortable assumptions of European civilization were constantly challenged by the realities of colonial life. Working in his father's business in South Africa gave Norton his first taste of international commerce and the complexities of trading across vast distances and cultural divides. The business appears to have been successful enough to provide Norton with both capital and experience when he decided to seek his fortune in the new world of California. Unlike many of the gold seekers who arrived with little more than determination and hope, Norton came to San Francisco as an established businessman with both resources and expertise. Imagine Norton in those prosperous early days. A well-dressed gentleman in his 30s, walking with purpose down Montgomery Street, the financial heart of this rapidly growing city. The air would have been thick with the scent of sawdust from constant construction, the sound of hammers and saws creating a symphony of ambition. Norton moved through this world with confidence, his clothing fine but practical, his manner that of a man who had found his place in the grand machinery of commerce. Montgomery Street in the 1850s was the Wall Street of the West, a narrow thoroughfare lined with hastily constructed buildings that housed banks, brokerages, and trading companies. The street buzzed with activity from dawn to dusk, as merchants negotiated deals that might involve cargo from China, lumber from Oregon, or manufactured goods shipped around Cape Horn from the eastern United States. It was a place where information was power, where the first news of a mining strike or a delayed shipment could mean the difference between fortune and ruin. Norton's office would have been modest but respectable, fitted out with the mahogany furniture and leather-bound ledgers that signified serious business. Maps covered the walls, showing shipping routes across the Pacific and the locations of mining camps throughout California. A safe in the corner held contracts and currencies from around the world, for this was a truly international marketplace, where Spanish dollars, Mexican pesos, and gold dust all served as acceptable forms of payment. His business was varied and successful. He dealt in real estate, understanding that in a city growing as rapidly as San Francisco, land was perhaps the most reliable form of wealth. The city's geography, confined by water on three sides and hills throughout, meant that usable land was inherently limited and thus valuable. Norton purchased lots in what were then the outskirts of the city, confident that the expanding population would eventually make them prime real estate. Real estate speculation in gold rush San Francisco was both lucrative and risky. The city's rapid growth meant that property values could double or triple in a matter of months, but they could also collapse just as quickly if a particular neighborhood fell out of favor or if the overall economy suffered a downturn. Norton's success in this field required not just capital, but also a keen understanding of the city's development patterns and the ability to predict where growth would occur next. He invested in shipping, knowing that a city surrounded by water and mountains depended entirely on what could be brought in by sea. San Francisco Bay was one of the finest natural harbors in the world, but the city's isolation meant that virtually everything its population needed, from food to clothing to building materials, had to be imported. Norton understood that controlling even a small portion of this trade could generate substantial profits. The shipping business in 1850s San Francisco was characterized by both enormous opportunities and significant risks. Ships arriving from around the world brought cargoes that might be worth fortunes if they arrived at the right time, but worthless if the market had been flooded by competing vessels. The journey around Cape Horn from the eastern United States took months, and by the time a ship arrived, the market conditions that had made its cargo valuable might have changed completely. Norton also became involved in the business of provisioning ships for the journey to and from California. This meant supplying everything from food and water to rope and canvas, serving the constant stream of vessels that called at San Francisco. It was steady, profitable work that didn't depend on the volatile mining economy, but rather on the basic necessities of maritime commerce. Most significantly, he involved himself in the rice trade, importing the grain that fed the growing population of both the city and the mining camps that dotted the surrounding countryside. Rice was a staple food for the large Chinese population that had come to California during the gold rush, but it was also valued by miners of all backgrounds because it was nutritious, portable, and could be stored for long periods without spoiling. The rice trade connected Norton to markets across the Pacific, particularly in China and Southeast Asia, where the grain was grown and processed. This business required sophisticated knowledge of agricultural cycles, shipping schedules, and market conditions in multiple countries. Success depended on the ability to predict demand months in advance and to coordinate complex transactions across vast distances with limited communication. For several years, Norton's life followed the predictable arc of American success. His investments grew, his reputation solidified, and his future seemed as bright as the California sun that blessed his adopted city. He lived comfortably, though not ostentatiously, in the manner of a businessman who understood that true wealth lay not in display, but in the quiet security of well-managed assets. Norton's residence during his prosperous years was located in one of the better neighborhoods of the rapidly expanding city, probably on one of the hills that provided both prestige and practical advantages like better air quality and views of the bay. The house would have been substantial but not grand, perhaps a two-story Victorian with bay windows and the gingerbread trim that was becoming characteristic of San Francisco architecture. The furnishings would have reflected Norton's international connections and refined tastes. Chinese porcelain and silk might have shared space with English furniture and South African curiosities, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere that reflected his travels and business relationships. The library would have contained not just business manuals and shipping schedules, but also books on history, philosophy, and literature, evidence of a mind that sought understanding beyond the mere accumulation of wealth. The rhythm of Norton's days in those prosperous years would have been pleasant and predictable. Morning brought coffee and newspapers, filled with reports of strikes and claims, of fortunes made and lost in the gold fields. The San Francisco newspapers of the era were remarkable publications, filled with news from around the world but also intensely focused on local affairs. Reading them was essential for any businessman, as they contained information about shipping arrivals, mining discoveries, and political developments that could affect commerce. The morning ritual of reading the papers would have taken place in Norton's breakfast room, probably overlooking the bay or the bustling streets below. The newspapers, the Alta California, the Herald, the Bulletin, were his windows into the larger world of commerce and politics that shaped his daily decisions. International news might take months to arrive, but when it did, it could have immediate implications for business decisions. The afternoon meant meetings with other merchants, discussions of cargo and contracts, the careful negotiation that was the heartbeat of commerce. Norton's office would have been a constant hub of activity, with clerks managing correspondence, visitors bringing news from the mining camps or the docks, and Norton himself orchestrating the complex web of relationships that sustained his business operations. These business meetings were elaborate affairs, conducted according to the formal etiquette of 19th century commerce. Contracts were written in precise legal language and sealed with wax. Handshakes carried the weight of honor, and a man's reputation for honesty was his most valuable asset. Norton moved in these circles with ease, respected for his intelligence, his international experience, and his growing success. Evenings might find him at his club or dining with associates, discussing the future of this remarkable city that seemed to grow more substantial with each passing day. San Francisco's social life during the gold rush era was surprisingly sophisticated, with gentlemen's clubs, literary societies, and cultural organizations that attempted to recreate the refinements of Eastern civilization in this Western outpost. The club culture was particularly important for businessmen like Norton. These institutions provided not just social interaction but also crucial business networking opportunities. Information shared over brandy and cigars could be worth thousands of dollars, and the relationships formed in club dining rooms often led to profitable partnerships and ventures. Norton was known to be well-read and articulate, capable of discussing literature and politics as easily as shipping schedules and commodity prices. His international background gave him perspectives that were valuable in a city where many residents were recent arrivals from limited geographical backgrounds. He could speak knowledgeably about conditions in South Africa, trade opportunities in Asia, and political developments in Europe. But prosperity, like the fog that rolled in from the Pacific, could disappear as quickly as it arrived. The fog metaphor was particularly apt for San Francisco, where the weather could change from brilliant sunshine to impenetrable mist in a matter of minutes. Norton would have been familiar with this phenomenon, watching from his office window as the fog banks rolled through the Golden Gate and transformed the city's atmosphere completely. The economic climate of Gold Rush California was similarly unpredictable. Fortunes that seemed solid could evaporate overnight, while new opportunities could appear with equal suddenness. The key to survival was understanding that change was the only constant, and that success required both courage and caution in equal measure. In 1853, Norton made a decision that would transform his life in ways he could never have imagined. China, that vast nation across the Pacific, had been experiencing severe famine. The Taiping Rebellion, one of the deadliest conflicts in human history, was devastating the Chinese countryside and disrupting agricultural production throughout the empire. The combination of warfare, floods, and administrative breakdown had created food shortages that affected tens of millions of people. News of the Chinese famine reached San Francisco through the network of ships and traders that connected California to Asia. For merchants like Norton, such information was both tragic and potentially profitable. Human suffering on such a scale was heartbreaking, but the resulting market disruptions could create opportunities for those bold enough to act on them. The price of rice had soared, not just in China, but throughout the Pacific region. The Chinese population of California, which numbered in the tens of thousands, depended on rice as a dietary staple, but the supply had become unreliable and expensive. Norton, seeing opportunity where others saw only crisis, decided to corner the San Francisco rice market. The concept of cornering a market was not new in the 1850s, but it required enormous capital, precise timing, and considerable nerve. The idea was to gain control of enough of a commodity's supply to manipulate its price, creating artificial scarcity that would drive up profits. It was a strategy that had made fortunes for some and destroyed others, depending on their ability to predict market movements and control supply chains. Norton's plan was audacious but not unreasonable. He arranged to purchase an enormous shipment of rice from Peru, paying what seemed like a fortune at the time, $200,000, an amount that represented virtually his entire wealth. This was not a decision made lightly or quickly. It would have required months of planning, negotiation, and financial arrangement. The Peruvian rice trade was itself a complex business. Peru had developed significant rice production in response to California demand, with ships regularly carrying the grain up the Pacific coast to San Francisco. The quality was generally good, though perhaps not quite as prized as the varieties from Asia. More importantly for Norton's purposes, Peruvian rice was available in large quantities and could be purchased and shipped relatively quickly. The financial arrangements for such a large purchase would have been intricate. Norton would have had to liquidate other investments, arrange credit with banks and private lenders, and possibly bring in partners to share both the risk and the potential profits. The very magnitude of the transaction would have attracted attention throughout the San Francisco business community, where Norton's reputation and past success would have been crucial in securing the necessary financing. His calculation was simple: with Chinese rice scarce and expensive, Peruvian rice would fill the gap and multiply his investment many times over. The mathematics seemed straightforward. If he could control a significant portion of the San Francisco rice supply, and prices continued to rise, his profit could be enormous. Some estimates suggested he might triple or even quadruple his investment. The decision also reflected Norton's understanding of his market. San Francisco's Chinese community was substantial and growing, with workers arriving regularly to join the mining camps and the city's service industries. These immigrants maintained their traditional dietary preferences and would pay premium prices for rice when other supplies were unavailable. Additionally, rice was becoming popular among non-Chinese residents as a convenient and nutritious food source. For a brief moment, it seemed his gamble would pay off handsomely. The rice arrived in San Francisco harbor aboard a fleet of ships that Norton had chartered specifically for this purpose. The sight of so much cargo being unloaded at once would have attracted considerable attention on the waterfront, where dock workers and merchants could estimate the value of the shipment and speculate about its impact on local markets. Norton prepared to reap the rewards of his bold speculation. He had arranged for warehouse space to store the rice, hired workers to manage its distribution, and established relationships with retailers who would sell it to the final consumers. Everything seemed to be proceeding according to plan, and Norton must have felt the satisfaction of a businessman whose careful planning and bold action were about to be rewarded with spectacular success. But the universe has its own sense of timing, and just as Norton's cargo was being unloaded, ship after ship arrived from China, their holds heavy with rice that had been purchased at much lower prices. The timing was cruel in its precision. If Norton's shipment had arrived just a few weeks earlier, he might have had time to sell a significant portion before the Chinese rice appeared. If the Chinese ships had been delayed by weather or other factors, Norton's market control might have held long enough to generate substantial profits. The Chinese rice that flooded the San Francisco market represented the first significant shipments to reach California since the famine had begun to ease. Chinese merchants working with suppliers who had managed to accumulate stocks despite the ongoing political turmoil had loaded their ships with rice purchased at traditional prices and sent them across the Pacific. These merchants had no knowledge of Norton's attempt to corner the market, but their timing inadvertently destroyed his entire strategy. The collapse was swift and merciless. Norton's rice, purchased at premium prices, became worthless overnight. The man who had built his fortune on understanding the rhythms of supply and demand found himself crushed by forces beyond his control. His business crumbled, his investments vanished, and the comfortable life he had built in San Francisco dissolved like morning mist in the California sun. The scale of Norton's loss was staggering. $200,000 in 1853 represented an enormous sum, more so perhaps equivalent to tens of millions in today's currency. It was not just his own money that disappeared, but also funds borrowed from banks and private investors who had believed in Norton's business acumen and track record of success. The ripple effects of his collapse affected dozens of other businesses and individuals throughout the San Francisco commercial community. The psychological impact was perhaps even more devastating than the financial loss. Norton had built his identity around his success as a businessman, his ability to read markets and make profitable decisions. The rice speculation disaster called into question not just his judgment in this particular case, but his fundamental understanding of commerce and finance. For a man who had prided himself on his business acumen, such a complete and public failure was almost incomprehensible. The legal battles that followed were protracted and painful. Norton fought to recover something from the wreckage of his fortune, but the courts offered little relief. The rice merchants who had sold him the Peruvian grain were perhaps technically within their rights, having fulfilled their contractual obligations to deliver the specified quantity and quality of rice. The fact that market conditions had changed after the contracts were signed was legally irrelevant, though Norton felt betrayed by men he had trusted. The legal proceedings dragged on for months, with Norton desperately trying to find some grounds for recovery. He argued that the Peruvian suppliers had misrepresented market conditions, that the Chinese merchants had engaged in unfair trading practices, and that various intermediaries had failed to provide accurate information about supply and demand. But the law was clear: business speculation involved risk, and those who chose to engage in it had to accept the consequences of their decisions. The city that had once welcomed him as a successful businessman now watched with the mixture of pity and embarrassment that society reserves for those who have fallen from grace. Norton's fall was particularly dramatic because it was so complete and so public. One day he had been a respected member of the business community. The next he was a cautionary tale about the dangers of overreaching ambition. The social consequences of Norton's financial ruin were immediate and harsh. Invitations to social events ceased, business associates became distant and formal, and even casual acquaintances seemed uncomfortable in his presence. In a society that measured worth primarily through financial success, Norton's bankruptcy made him not just poor but almost invisible. He experienced the peculiar isolation that comes with being a reminder to others of how quickly fortune can change. For several years after his financial ruin, Joshua Norton disappeared from public view. Those who had known him during his prosperous days wondered what had become of the rice merchant who had lost everything. Some said he had left the city in shame, unable to bear the daily reminders of his failure. Others whispered that he had been seen in the cheaper boarding houses south of Market Street, living on what little remained of his former wealth. The years immediately following Norton's bankruptcy were a period of profound transformation that took place largely out of public sight. He had to adjust not just to reduced circumstances, but to a completely different understanding of his place in the world. The comfortable assumptions that had guided his life, that hard work led to success, that intelligence and experience provided security, that the future was predictable and controllable, and had all been shattered by his spectacular failure. But Norton had not fled. Instead, he had been undergoing a transformation that was perhaps more remarkable than any alchemical change of base metal into gold. In the quiet rooms of his reduced circumstances, surrounded by the echoes of his former life, Norton was preparing for a resurrection that would make his name more famous than any business success ever could have. The physical manifestations of Norton's changed circumstances were obvious to anyone who had known him during his prosperous years. Gone were the fine clothes and well-appointed office, replaced by modest lodgings and simple garments that reflected his reduced financial situation. But the internal transformation was far more profound and complex than these external changes suggested. The transformation was not immediate. For months, perhaps years, Norton wrestled with his new reality. The man who had once commanded respect in the business community now found himself ignored, or worse, pitied. The comfortable certainties of his former life had been replaced by the daily struggle of reduced circumstances. But in this struggle something new was being born, an understanding that the conventional measures of success and failure might themselves be illusions, no more substantial than the morning fog that shrouded his adopted city. During this period of isolation and reflection, Norton began to read extensively, not the business journals and shipping schedules that had once occupied his attention, but books of history, philosophy, and political theory. The public library, one of the few institutions available to him without regard to his financial status, became his university. He studied the rise and fall of empires, the nature of political authority, and the relationship between rulers and their subjects. It was during this period of contemplation and change that Norton began to see the world differently. The city that had once seemed so solid and permanent now revealed itself as a place of constant flux, where fortunes rose and fell like the tides, where today's king of commerce might be tomorrow's forgotten failure. But if the normal rules of success were so fragile, perhaps there were other rules, other ways of measuring worth and achievement. Norton's reading during this period was eclectic and profound. He studied ancient history, learning about emperors and kingdoms that had vanished centuries ago, but whose names were still remembered. He read about the Roman Empire, about Napoleon, about the Habsburgs and the other royal houses of Europe. He studied political philosophy, trying to understand the sources of legitimate authority and the relationship between power and consent. But Norton was not content merely to read about power and authority. He began to observe them in action in the streets of San Francisco. He watched politicians make promises they couldn't keep, businessmen accumulate wealth that brought them no happiness, and ordinary citizens struggle with problems that their supposed leaders seemed unable or unwilling to address. The conventional sources of authority, wealth, political office, social position, all seemed inadequate to the task of actually governing or improving the human condition. The idea came to him gradually, like dawn breaking over the hills east of San Francisco. If conventional power was so fleeting, if business success could vanish in a day, then perhaps there were other forms of authority worth exploring. Norton began to study the nature of power itself, reading about kings and emperors, about the strange relationship between those who rule and those who consent to be ruled. The concept that would eventually transform Norton from a failed businessman into the beloved Emperor of San Francisco had its roots in this period of intense study and reflection. He began to understand that political authority was largely symbolic, that the power of rulers depended less on their ability to enforce their will than on their subjects' willingness to believe in their legitimacy. The most successful emperors and kings were not necessarily the strongest or the richest, but those who could capture the imagination of their people. Norton's study of history revealed that many of the most memorable rulers were those who had understood the theatrical nature of political power. They had used ceremony, spectacle, and symbolic gestures to create an aura of authority that transcended their actual ability to control events. The crown jewels, the royal palaces, the elaborate court ceremony, all of these were tools for creating and maintaining the illusion of divine or natural authority that made actual governance possible. But Norton also began to see that in San Francisco, a city built on dreams and sustained by hope, the traditional sources of political authority were largely absent. There were no ancient royal families, no hereditary aristocracy, no established institutions with centuries of tradition behind them. Political authority was improvised and temporary, based on immediate practical considerations rather than deeper sources of legitimacy. As the 1850s drew to a close, Norton was preparing for his greatest venture yet. He had learned that true authority came not from wealth or position, but from the willingness of others to believe. And in San Francisco, a city built on dreams and sustained by hope, he sensed that the people might be ready for a different kind of leader, one who ruled not through force or fortune, but through the simple power of imagination. The transformation from Joshua Norton, failed businessman, to Emperor Norton, would not happen overnight. It required careful preparation, both practical and psychological. Norton had to prepare himself mentally for the audacious step of declaring himself emperor, and he had to consider how such a declaration might be received by the people of San Francisco. The practical preparations were perhaps the easiest part. Norton needed to create the physical symbols of imperial authority, a uniform that would mark him as different from ordinary citizens, documents that would proclaim his new status, and a set of behaviors and rituals that would maintain the illusion of royal power. These preparations took months of careful planning and gradual implementation. But the psychological preparation was far more complex. Norton had to overcome not just his own natural inclinations toward conventional behavior, but also his fear of ridicule and rejection. Declaring oneself emperor was an act that could easily be dismissed as madness or delusion, and Norton was intelligent enough to understand the risks he was taking. Yet something in the experience of losing everything had freed him from the conventional concerns that might have inhibited such an extraordinary step. The stage was set for one of the most remarkable transformations in American history. The failed businessman was about to become an emperor, and the city that had witnessed his fall would soon celebrate his rise to a throne that existed nowhere except in the collective heart of a community, ready to embrace the beautiful impossibility of hope made manifest. Norton's preparation for his imperial role involved not just the creation of external symbols, but also the development of an entirely new understanding of his relationship to the world around him. He had to learn to see himself not as a private individual pursuing personal gain, but as a public figure responsible for the welfare of his subjects. This transformation required him to sublimate his personal desires and disappointments to a larger vision of service and leadership. The transition from private citizen to public emperor would require Norton to develop new skills and new ways of thinking about his role in society. He would need to learn how to command attention without appearing desperate, how to maintain dignity while engaging with all levels of society, and how to balance the theatrical requirements of his imperial role with the practical needs of surviving in a city that offered few resources for those without conventional means of support. As 1859 approached, Norton had completed his internal transformation and was ready to reveal his new identity to the world. The man who had once sought success through the accumulation of wealth was about to discover that true power lay in the willingness to serve others and to embody their highest aspirations. The stage was set for the emergence of a new kind of American leader, one who would rule not through force or fortune, but through the power of love, imagination, and an unshakable commitment to the welfare of his people. Chapter 2: Imperial Decrees and Eccentric Edicts. The reign begins. On September 17, 1859, the citizens of San Francisco awoke to find their world quietly transformed. In the offices of the San Francisco Bulletin, a newspaper that had seen its share of unusual stories in this city of constant surprises, an editor held a handwritten proclamation that would change the course of American history in ways both profound and delightfully absurd. The morning itself seemed ordinary enough. The familiar sounds of cartwheels on cobblestones, the calls of vendors hawking their wares, the distant whistle of ships in the harbor, but there was something in the air, an electric sense of possibility that seemed to dance with the morning mist rolling in from the Pacific. Perhaps it was simply the natural energy of a city that reinvented itself daily, or perhaps it was something more, the collective unconscious recognition that they were about to witness the birth of something entirely new in the American experience. The document was written in careful script on plain paper, signed with a flourish that suggested both authority and hope. It read simply, "At the peremptory request and desire of a large majority of the citizens of these United States, I, Joshua Norton, formerly of Algoa Bay, Cape of Good Hope, and now for the last 9 years and 10 months past of San Francisco, California, declare and proclaim myself Emperor of these United States." The language of Norton's declaration was remarkable for its formal precision and its audacious claim. The phrase peremptory request and desire of a large majority was a masterstroke of democratic legitimacy, suggesting that his assumption of imperial power was not an act of tyranny, but a response to popular demand. Of course, no such request had been made, but in a sense the very fact that San Francisco would soon embrace his reign proved that he had correctly intuited his people's needs. The reference to his origins in Algoa Bay provided Norton with the exotic credentials that Americans associated with legitimate monarchy. Europe's crowned heads claimed descent from Charlemagne or William the Conqueror. Norton's appeal to his South African origins suggested a connection to the wider world beyond the provincial concerns of American politics. The precise accounting of his time in San Francisco, 9 years and 10 months, demonstrated the careful attention to detail that would characterize his entire reign. Picture, if you will, the moment when those words first appeared in print. The morning fog was just beginning to lift from the hills surrounding San Francisco Bay, and the city was coming alive with its usual symphony of commerce and ambition. But scattered throughout the streets, men and women unfolded their newspapers to discover that they were no longer merely citizens of a republic, but subjects of an empire, ruled by a man whose greatest qualification for the throne was perhaps his complete lack of conventional credentials. The reaction to Norton's proclamation was not immediate ridicule, as might have been expected, but rather a kind of delighted bewilderment. San Franciscans had seen enough genuine absurdity in their politics. Corrupt officials, incompetent administrators, demagogues and charlatans of every description, that Norton's honest eccentricity seemed refreshing by comparison. Here was a man who claimed no democratic mandate except the approval of his subjects, who sought no profit from his position except the satisfaction of serving others, and whose qualifications for leadership included spectacular failure in conventional pursuits. The newspaper editor who first received Norton's proclamation faced a decision that would help define the character of San Francisco for generations to come. He could have dismissed the document as the ravings of a madman, filed it in the wastebasket, and forgotten about it entirely. Instead, he chose to publish it, perhaps recognizing that his readers would be entertained, or perhaps sensing that something genuinely significant was happening, that in a democracy where the people were supposedly sovereign, they had the right to choose even the most unconventional forms of leadership. Emperor Norton I, as he now styled himself, had been reborn. The failed businessman had vanished, replaced by a figure of such magnificent absurdity that the city found itself enchanted rather than merely amused. Norton had understood something profound about power, that it exists only when others acknowledge it, and that acknowledgement can be given as freely as it can be withdrawn. The psychological transformation that Norton had undergone was perhaps more remarkable than any political revolution. He had discovered that the conventional measures of success and failure were themselves arbitrary constructions, no more substantial than the morning fog that rolled across San Francisco Bay. If society could decide that a man was worthless because he had lost money in a business venture, then perhaps society could equally decide that the same man was worthy of imperial honors because he embodied their hopes and dreams. Norton's genius lay in understanding that political authority in America was fundamentally theatrical. The presidents and governors who claimed to represent the people were themselves performers, reading scripts written by others, wearing costumes designed to convey authority, and participating in ceremonies that had no meaning beyond their symbolic value. Norton simply chose to perform a different role, one that was more honest about its theatrical nature and more generous in its intentions. The transformation was not merely one of title but of entire being. Norton appeared on the streets of San Francisco, dressed in a military uniform of his own design. A blue coat adorned with brass buttons and gold braid, topped with a plumed hat that would have looked appropriate on a European general. The uniform was somewhat faded and had clearly seen better days, but Norton wore it with such dignity that it seemed to transform before the eyes of those who saw him. The uniform itself told a story of both grandeur and humility that perfectly captured Norton's approach to imperial power. The blue coat was of military cut, suggesting authority and service, but it was clearly not new or expensive. The brass buttons and gold braid had been added by Norton himself, or by some sympathetic tailor, creating an effect that was simultaneously magnificent and modest. The plumed hat was the crowning touch, literally and figuratively, a symbol of royal prerogative that was just absurd enough to prevent anyone from taking Norton's claims too seriously, while being just dignified enough to command respect. The choice of military dress was significant in a city where many residents were veterans of the Mexican-American War or the ongoing conflicts with Native American tribes. Military service was respected in San Francisco, and Norton's uniform, however unconventional, connected him to this tradition of honorable service. At the same time, the uniform's obvious age and worn condition suggested that Norton was not trying to claim credit for military achievements he had never earned. Norton's attention to the details of his imperial costume extended beyond the uniform itself. He carried a walking stick that served as both a practical aid and a symbol of authority, and he developed a distinctive bearing that combined military precision with royal dignity. His movements were deliberate and stately, conveying the impression of a man who understood the weight of his responsibilities and took them seriously. His daily routine became a ritual of imperial presence. Each morning, Norton would emerge from his modest lodgings and begin his royal progress through the city. He walked with the measured pace of a man, conscious of his dignity, pausing to acknowledge the greetings of his subjects with gracious nods and the occasional lifting of his hat. Children would run alongside him, calling out, "Good morning, Your Majesty," and Norton would respond with the benevolent smile of a ruler who genuinely cared for his people. These daily walks were perhaps the most important aspect of Norton's reign, for they established his presence as a constant and reliable feature of San Francisco life. Unlike conventional politicians, who appeared in public only when seeking votes or making announcements, Norton was available to his subjects every day. He could be found walking the streets at predictable times, following routes that took him through every neighborhood of the city, from the wealthy areas on Nob Hill to the working-class districts south of Market Street. Norton's accessibility was unprecedented in American political life. Presidents and governors surrounded themselves with guards and protocols that separated them from ordinary citizens, but Norton deliberately made himself available to anyone who wished to approach him. He would stop to listen to complaints, offer advice to those seeking guidance, and provide comfort to the troubled or discouraged. His subjects quickly learned that their emperor was not merely a figurehead, but an active and engaged leader who took a personal interest in their welfare. The beauty of Norton's reign lay not in its grandeur, but in its gentleness. Unlike the tyrants and conquerors of history, Emperor Norton ruled through kindness and eccentricity. His decrees, issued with increasing frequency, were models of benevolent absurdity. He abolished Congress, declaring that body to be incompetent and corrupt, a sentiment that resonated with many of his subjects, who had grown weary of political dysfunction. He ordered the construction of a bridge across San Francisco Bay, decades before such a project would be seriously considered by more conventional authorities. Norton's critique of Congress was particularly well-timed, as the 1850s were a period of intense political dysfunction in Washington. The slavery question was tearing the nation apart, and Congress seemed incapable of addressing the crisis in any meaningful way. Compromise measures succeeded only in postponing conflict, while the fundamental issues remained unresolved. Norton's imperial decree abolishing Congress was thus not merely an act of whimsy, but a serious commentary on the failure of democratic institutions to serve the people's needs. The emperor's vision of a bridge across San Francisco Bay demonstrated his practical understanding of his city's needs. The bay was both San Francisco's greatest asset and its greatest limitation, providing a magnificent harbor, but also separating the city from the agricultural lands and growing communities across the water. Ferry service was irregular and expensive, and the lack of convenient transportation limited economic development and social interaction. Norton's bridge decree was decades ahead of its time, anticipating the Golden Gate and Bay bridges that would eventually be built in the 20th century. Norton's engineering vision extended beyond bridges to include a comprehensive plan for San Francisco's development. He proposed underground tunnels to connect different parts of the city, anticipating the subway systems that would later be built in major urban centers. He called for improved street lighting, better sewage systems, and more efficient public transportation, all innovations that would eventually be implemented by more conventional city governments. The newspapers of San Francisco, perhaps recognizing good copy when they saw it, began to print Norton's proclamations with the same attention they might give to genuine governmental announcements. The editors understood that their readers needed not just information, but entertainment and hope, and Norton provided both in abundance. His decrees were read aloud in saloons and discussed in drawing rooms, becoming part of the daily fabric of city life. The relationship between Norton and the press was one of mutual benefit and genuine affection. The newspapers needed material to fill their pages, and Norton's proclamations were reliably entertaining and often surprisingly insightful. But the editors also seemed to recognize that Norton represented something valuable, a voice of sanity and kindness in a world that often seemed harsh and arbitrary. Their treatment of Norton was generally respectful, even when they were clearly amused by his eccentricities. The San Francisco Bulletin, which had published Norton's original proclamation, became something of an official court newspaper, regularly featuring his latest decrees and announcing his public appearances. The Daily Alta California and the San Francisco Chronicle followed suit, competing to publish the most comprehensive coverage of imperial activities. This newspaper coverage helped establish Norton's legitimacy in the eyes of his subjects, for in the 19th century, as today, appearing in the newspapers was often seen as proof of importance and relevance. Norton understood the importance of maintaining good relationships with the press, and he made himself available to reporters whenever they sought interviews or statements. He treated journalists with the courtesy due to important functionaries of his empire, recognizing their role in communicating his message to the people. In return, the newspapers treated Norton with a respect that was both genuine and affectionate, creating a feedback loop that reinforced his imperial status. One of Norton's most celebrated proclamations addressed the vexing question of what San Francisco should call itself. The city had been known by various names since its founding, and Norton, with imperial authority, declared that it should henceforth be known as San Francisco, a decree that, remarkably, has been followed to this day. When the Central Pacific Railroad was slow to complete its construction, Norton issued a stern imperial command demanding faster progress. When local politicians engaged in behavior he found undignified, Norton would summon them to account for their actions, and more often than not, they would actually respond to his summons. The naming decree demonstrated Norton's understanding that seemingly trivial matters could have profound symbolic importance. San Francisco had been called by various names throughout its brief history: Yerba Buena during the Mexican period, then San Francisco after American occupation, with occasional variations and unofficial appellations. Norton's imperial decree establishing San Francisco as the official name provided a kind of symbolic closure to the city's turbulent early history and helped establish a sense of permanent identity. Norton's interventions in railroad construction and local politics revealed his practical understanding of governance and his genuine concern for his subjects' welfare. The Central Pacific Railroad's construction was crucial to California's economic development, connecting the state to the rest of the nation and facilitating trade and communication. Norton's imperial commands for faster progress reflected the frustration of many Californians with the slow pace of construction and the railroad company's apparent indifference to local needs. The emperor's summons to local politicians were particularly effective because they appealed to the officials' sense of dignity and public responsibility. Norton's invitations were courteously worded but firmly stated, requesting the presence of various mayors, supervisors, and other officials at imperial audiences where their conduct could be reviewed and their policies discussed. Remarkably, many politicians actually responded to these summons, perhaps recognizing that Norton commanded more genuine respect from the people than they did themselves. The emperor's concern for his subjects extended beyond mere proclamations. He conducted regular inspections of the city's infrastructure, examining sidewalks for defects, checking the condition of public buildings, and ensuring that the cable cars were running on schedule. His findings were duly reported to the appropriate authorities, who discovered that Norton's observations were often remarkably astute. The failed businessman had revealed himself to be a careful observer of civic life, and his recommendations were frequently worth considering. Norton's infrastructure inspections were conducted with the seriousness of a professional engineer and the concern of a devoted public servant. He would walk the city streets with a critical eye, noting potholes that needed repair, street lamps that weren't working, and public buildings that required maintenance. His reports to city officials were detailed and practical, often including specific recommendations for improvements and suggestions for funding sources. The cable car system, which was still relatively new in San Francisco during Norton's reign, received particular attention from the emperor. He understood that reliable public transportation was essential to the city's economic health and social cohesion, and he made regular inspections of the cable car lines to ensure they were operating safely and efficiently. His reports to the cable car company were taken seriously by management, who recognized that Norton's observations reflected the concerns of their customers. Norton's building inspections extended to both public and private structures. He was particularly concerned with the safety of theaters, hotels, and other buildings where large numbers of people gathered. His recommendations for fire safety improvements and structural repairs were often ahead of their time, reflecting his understanding that rapid urban growth could create dangerous conditions if not properly managed. Norton's monetary policy was as unique as his other governmental innovations. Understanding that an emperor needed currency, he began to issue his own money, beautifully engraved certificates and coins bearing his likeness and the seal of his empire. These imperial notes were accepted by many San Francisco merchants, who displayed them proudly in their establishments as evidence of their loyalty to the crown. The Norton currency had no backing in gold or silver, but it possessed something perhaps more valuable: the affection of the people who accepted it. The creation of Norton's imperial currency was both a practical necessity and a brilliant stroke of symbolic politics. As emperor, Norton needed a way to pay for his meals, transportation, and other daily expenses, but his limited resources made conventional payment difficult. The imperial currency solved this problem, while also reinforcing his imperial status and providing his subjects with tangible symbols of their participation in his reign. The design of Norton's currency was carefully considered and professionally executed. The bills and certificates featured Norton's portrait, surrounded by imperial eagles and other symbols of authority. The engraving was done by sympathetic local artists who donated their services to the imperial cause, creating currency that was genuinely beautiful and worthy of its imperial status. The denominations were modest, typically 25 or 50 cents, reflecting Norton's understanding that his money was primarily symbolic rather than practical. The acceptance of Norton's currency by San Francisco merchants was perhaps the clearest evidence of his genuine popularity and authority. Shopkeepers and restaurant owners could have easily dismissed the imperial notes as worthless paper, but instead they accepted them gladly and often displayed them prominently in their establishments. Some businesses even advertised their acceptance of Norton currency, using it as a marketing tool to attract customers who appreciated their loyalty to the emperor. The economic impact of Norton's currency was minimal but symbolically significant. The notes circulated alongside conventional money, accepted by those who chose to honor the emperor, and declined by those who preferred more traditional forms of payment. This created a kind of parallel economy based on affection and respect rather than legal obligation, demonstrating that monetary systems, like political authority, depend ultimately on the consent of the governed. The emperor's court was the entire city of San Francisco, and his throne room was wherever he happened to be standing. He held audiences in Union Square, dispensed justice from the steps of City Hall, and received petitioners in the lobbies of the finest hotels. His subjects came from every walk of life: wealthy merchants who genuinely enjoyed his company, working men who respected his dignity, and children who saw in him a figure of wonder and possibility. Norton's choice to make all of San Francisco his court was both practical and philosophical. Lacking a palace or formal governmental buildings, he had to find alternative venues for his imperial activities. But this necessity became a virtue, as it allowed Norton to remain accessible to all his subjects regardless of their social or economic status. The emperor could be found in elegant hotel lobbies and humble neighborhood squares with equal frequency, demonstrating his commitment to democratic principles even while exercising imperial authority. Union Square became particularly important as an imperial venue, serving as Norton's primary location for public addresses and ceremonial functions. The square's central location and open design made it ideal for gatherings, and Norton's regular appearances there helped establish it as a focal point of civic life. His speeches from Union Square were often reported in the newspapers, giving them wide circulation and official status. The steps of City Hall provided Norton with a venue that had obvious symbolic significance, allowing him to exercise imperial authority literally in the shadow of conventional government. His appearances at City Hall were carefully timed to coincide with important municipal events, providing commentary on the actions of elected officials and offering alternative perspectives on civic issues. The contrast between Norton's benevolent authority and the often corrupt or incompetent behavior of conventional politicians was not lost on his subjects. Norton's audiences in hotel lobbies were perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his reign, as they demonstrated the genuine respect he commanded from San Francisco's business and social elite. The Palace Hotel, the Grand Hotel, and other prestigious establishments welcomed Norton as an honored guest, providing him with comfortable venues for receiving petitioners and conducting imperial business. These hotels understood that Norton's presence enhanced their reputation and attracted customers who wanted to be associated with imperial activities. Norton's treatment of international affairs was conducted with the same mixture of wisdom and whimsy that characterized his domestic policy. He issued proclamations regarding the conduct of foreign governments, offering advice to European monarchs and expressing his views on global conflicts. When the Civil War erupted in the eastern states, Norton issued a decree forbidding the conflict, declaring that such violence was beneath the dignity of civilized nations. While his prohibition was not followed, many of his subjects appreciated the sentiment. Norton's foreign policy pronouncements revealed his deep concern for peace and human welfare, as well as his understanding that moral authority could transcend political boundaries. His letters to foreign monarchs were courteously worded but firm in their principles, establishing Norton as a voice for peaceful resolution of international disputes. Queen Victoria, Napoleon III, and other European rulers actually received Norton's communications, though their responses, if any, were not recorded. The emperor's opposition to the Civil War was both morally consistent and politically astute. As someone who had experienced the devastation of personal failure, Norton understood that war represented failure on a national scale, destroying lives and resources that could better be used for constructive purposes. His imperial decree forbidding the conflict was both a moral statement and a practical recognition that the nation's energies were being wasted on mutual destruction. Norton's international correspondence demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of global politics and his genuine concern for peace and justice. His letters to foreign leaders were well-informed and thoughtfully argued, reflecting extensive reading and careful analysis of international affairs. European newspapers occasionally reprinted Norton's proclamations, treating them as curiosities but also recognizing their essential wisdom and humanity. The emperor's relationship with the press was particularly remarkable. Newspaper editors discovered that Norton was always good for a story, and they competed to publish his latest proclamations. The San Francisco Chronicle, the Daily Alta, California, and other papers treated Norton with a mixture of respect and gentle humor that reflected the city's own attitude toward their unusual ruler. They understood that Norton was performing a valuable service, providing entertainment and civic commentary in a form that was both harmless and genuinely insightful. The symbiotic relationship between Norton and the press extended beyond simple news coverage to include genuine friendship and mutual respect. Newspaper editors would often seek Norton's opinion on current events, treating him as a legitimate political commentator whose views were worth publishing. In return, Norton provided the newspapers with reliable copy that was both entertaining and thought-provoking, helping to boost circulation and reader engagement. Norton's press conferences, held informally on street corners and in hotel lobbies, were remarkable examples of democratic accessibility. Unlike conventional politicians, who carefully controlled their interactions with the media, Norton made himself available to reporters whenever they sought interviews. His responses to questions were thoughtful and often surprisingly insightful, demonstrating his genuine engagement with the issues of the day. The emperor's relationship with foreign correspondents was particularly noteworthy, as visiting journalists from eastern cities and European capitals often sought interviews with San Francisco's unique ruler. These interviews were widely published, helping to spread Norton's fame beyond California and establishing him as a national and international celebrity. The coverage was generally sympathetic, portraying Norton as a harmless eccentric whose reign reflected the democratic spirit and frontier optimism of the American West. Norton's daily routine included regular visits to the city's restaurants and cafes, where he dined with the dignity befitting his station. Many establishments were honored to serve the emperor, and they would display signs reading by appointment to His Imperial Majesty Norton the Frue, a distinction that actually drew customers who wanted to dine where royalty was welcomed. The emperor's presence at a restaurant was considered a mark of quality and respectability. The restaurant culture that developed around Norton's dining habits was unique in American history, creating a kind of parallel social system based on imperial approval rather than conventional markers of status. Establishments that received Norton's patronage found themselves elevated in public esteem, while those that declined to serve him risked being perceived as disloyal or pretentious. This created a powerful incentive for restaurateurs to treat Norton with courtesy and respect. Norton's dining etiquette was impeccable, reflecting both his natural dignity and his understanding of his imperial role. He always conducted himself as a gentleman, treating staff with courtesy and other diners with respect. His presence in a restaurant was never disruptive or attention-seeking. Instead, it added a touch of distinction and ceremony to the ordinary act of dining. Other customers often felt honored to share a meal with the emperor, even if they never spoke directly with him. The economic impact of Norton's dining habits was significant for the restaurants that served him. Word would spread quickly when the emperor had dined at a particular establishment, and curious customers would often visit to see where royalty had been. Some restaurants began advertising Norton's visits, using his imperial patronage as a marketing tool to attract customers who wanted to experience a touch of imperial glamour with their meals. The emperor's table manners and conversation were consistently praised by those who dined with him. Norton was well-read and articulate, capable of discussing literature, politics, and philosophy with equal facility. His dinner companions often remarked on his courtesy, his intelligence, and his genuine interest in others. These personal interactions helped reinforce Norton's reputation as a man of culture and refinement, contradicting any notion that his imperial claims were merely the product of mental instability. As the months passed, Norton's reign took on a rhythm that became part of San Francisco's identity. The city had always been a place where the unconventional could flourish, where gold miners and merchant princes rubbed shoulders with artists and adventurers. Norton fit perfectly into this landscape of possibility, representing the triumph of imagination over convention, of hope over cynicism. Norton's integration into San Francisco's social fabric was remarkable for its completeness and authenticity. He was not merely tolerated as an amusing eccentric, but genuinely accepted as a legitimate part of the city's leadership structure. His opinions were sought on important issues, his presence was welcomed at significant events, and his absence was noted when he failed to appear at expected times and places. The rhythm of Norton's daily activities became synchronized with the life of the city itself. Merchants would time their opening preparations to coincide with the emperor's morning walk. Children would adjust their play schedules to catch a glimpse of his afternoon inspections, and evening entertainment venues would compete for the honor of his imperial presence. This integration created a sense of community and shared purpose that transcended conventional social and economic divisions. Norton's influence on San Francisco's cultural development was profound and lasting. His example encouraged others to pursue unconventional paths and to value imagination and creativity over mere material success. Artists, writers, and performers found in Norton a symbol of the possibility that individual vision could triumph over social conformity, inspiring a generation of creative individuals to follow their own unique paths. The emperor's proclamations became increasingly elaborate and far-reaching. He issued decrees regarding the weather, commanded the construction of tunnels and bridges, and even addressed matters of fashion and social behavior. His pronouncements were marked by a combination of practical wisdom and delightful absurdity that reflected both his genuine concern for his subjects and his understanding that leadership could be a form of performance art. Norton's weather decrees were perhaps his most whimsical proclamations, yet they served an important psychological function for his subjects. San Francisco's famously unpredictable weather was a source of constant frustration for residents, and Norton's imperial commands for sunshine or rain provided an outlet for collective feelings about climatic inconvenience. While no one expected the weather to actually obey imperial decrees, the proclamations served as a form of civic catharsis and shared humor. The emperor's infrastructure projects grew more ambitious over time, reflecting both his vision for San Francisco's future and his understanding of the city's practical needs. His decrees called for underground transportation systems, improved harbor facilities, and architectural projects that would enhance the city's beauty and functionality. Many of these proposals were decades ahead of their time, anticipating developments that would eventually be implemented by conventional city governments. Norton's social regulations addressed everything from public behavior to dress codes, always emphasizing courtesy, dignity, and mutual respect. His decrees encouraged citizens to treat each other with kindness, to maintain high standards of personal conduct, and to contribute to the general welfare of the community. These moral pronouncements were generally well received, as they reflected values that most San Franciscans shared, even if they didn't always practice them. The emperor's fashion decrees were particularly popular among the city's style-conscious residents. Norton had strong opinions about appropriate dress for different occasions and social situations, and his pronouncements on fashion were followed with surprising frequency. His influence extended to both men's and women's clothing, with his preferences helping to establish certain styles as fashionable and others as inappropriate for loyal imperial subjects. Norton's reign demonstrated that power, in its most benevolent form, could be nothing more than the willingness to care for others and the courage to imagine a better world. In a city built on dreams, he had created the most beautiful dream of all, a kingdom where kindness was the only law, and where the only qualification for citizenship was the willingness to believe in the possibility of joy. The philosophical implications of Norton's reign extended far beyond the boundaries of San Francisco, offering a critique of conventional political authority and a demonstration of alternative forms of leadership. His example suggested that legitimate authority came not from wealth, birth, or electoral success, but from the ability to inspire others and to serve their genuine needs. In an era when American democracy was struggling with corruption, incompetence, and the growing division between North and South, Norton's benevolent autocracy offered a vision of what government could be if it were motivated by love rather than power. Norton's legacy would prove to be remarkably enduring, influencing generations of San Franciscans and inspiring similar movements in other cities around the world. His reign demonstrated that individual vision and collective imagination could create new forms of social organization, that conventional rules and institutions were not immutable, and that the most powerful force in human affairs was the simple willingness to care for others and to work for their happiness and welfare. The emperor's daily presence on the streets of San Francisco became a constant reminder that nobility was not a matter of birth or wealth, but of character and commitment to others. His example encouraged his subjects to think beyond the limitations of conventional success and failure, to value kindness over competitiveness, and to believe in the possibility of creating a more just and humane society through individual action and collective goodwill. As Norton's first year as emperor drew to a close, it was clear that something remarkable had happened in San Francisco. A failed businessman had transformed himself into a beloved ruler. A city had embraced the beautiful absurdity of hope made manifest, and America had witnessed the birth of a new kind of leader, one who ruled not through force or fear, but through the simple power of love, imagination, and an unshakable commitment to the welfare of all his subjects. Chapter 3. Beloved by the people, the heart of an empire. In the annals of history, few rulers have inspired the genuine affection that Emperor Norton I commanded from his subjects. Unlike the monarchs of Europe, who ruled through birthright and maintained their authority through armies and taxation, Norton's empire was built on something far more precious and fragile: the willing suspension of disbelief and the collective desire of a community to nurture something beautiful and strange. The nature of Norton's power was unique in the history of governance. Traditional rulers derived their authority from conquest, inheritance, or democratic mandate. But Norton's legitimacy came from an entirely different source: the collective imagination of a people who had chosen to believe in him. This was not the forced allegiance of subjects cowering before military might, nor the calculated support of citizens seeking political advantage, but rather the spontaneous and joyful participation of a community that had discovered something magical in their midst. The contrast with conventional authority could not have been starker. While presidents and governors surrounded themselves with the elaborate machinery of state-mise bureaucracies and protocols, guards and ceremonies designed to maintain distance between ruler and ruled, Norton walked among his people as one of them, accessible and approachable, deriving his power not from separation but from connection. His empire existed not in palaces or government buildings, but in the hearts of ordinary citizens who had found in him something they hadn't known they were looking for. Picture Norton, on a typical morning in the 1860s, emerging from his modest quarters in a boarding house on Commercial Street. The fog hangs low over the city, softening the edges of buildings and muffling the sounds of early commerce. Norton adjusts his uniform, that remarkable blue coat with its brass buttons and faded gold braid, and begins his daily royal progress through the kingdom he has created, through sheer force of personality and the generous cooperation of his subjects. The boarding house where Norton lived was a modest establishment that catered to the working class and the respectable poor clerks and small shopkeepers, widows living on limited incomes, and others who found themselves in reduced circumstances but maintained their dignity. Norton's presence there was accepted without question by the other residents, who had long since ceased to find anything strange about sharing their breakfast table with an emperor. The landlady, Mrs. McCreary, would ensure that Norton's room was kept clean and that his uniform was properly maintained, accepting his occasional imperial notes in payment with the understanding that she was participating in something larger than a mere commercial transaction. Norton's morning routine was as regular as clockwork, a ritual that had become part of the rhythm of San Francisco life. He would rise with the sun, perform his ablutions with the care of a man who understood that imperial dignity required attention to detail, and then spend several minutes inspecting his uniform to ensure that every button was properly fastened and every piece of braid was correctly positioned. The other boarders had learned to time their own morning activities around the emperor's schedule, understanding that Norton's departure for his daily rounds marked the official beginning of the city's day. The fog that often shrouded San Francisco in the early morning hours seemed to serve as a natural curtain for Norton's imperial theater, creating an atmosphere of mystery and magic that perfectly suited his daily transformation from private citizen to public emperor. As he stepped out into the misty streets, Norton would assume his imperial bearing, shoulders back, chin up, walking stick held at the precise angle that conveyed both authority and accessibility. The fog would swirl around his uniform, creating an almost otherworldly effect that enhanced the sense that something special was happening in the streets of San Francisco. His route takes him first to the financial district, where the merchants and bankers who form the backbone of San Francisco's economy have learned to greet their emperor with genuine warmth. These are practical men, accustomed to dealing in hard currency and concrete assets, yet they find themselves charmed by Norton's gentle dignity and his obvious concern for their welfare. When Norton pauses to inquire about their businesses or to offer his imperial blessing on their endeavors, they respond not with the condescension one might expect, but with the pleasure of men who have found an unexpected source of joy in their daily routine. The financial district of 1860s San Francisco was a world of intense competition and constant pressure, where fortunes could be made or lost in a single day's trading. The men who worked in this environment were typically hard-edged and skeptical, focused on profit margins and market fluctuations with little time for sentiment or whimsy. Yet Norton's presence in their midst had a transformative effect, providing a moment of grace and humanity in an otherwise relentless pursuit of material success. Norton's interactions with these businessmen revealed his sophisticated understanding of commerce and economics, born from his own experience as a merchant and refined through years of observation and study. He would discuss market conditions with bankers, offer advice to struggling merchants, and provide encouragement to those facing difficult business decisions. His recommendations were often surprisingly astute, reflecting both his practical experience and his unique perspective as someone who had experienced both success and failure in the business world. The emperor's morning visits to the financial district served multiple purposes. On one level, they were simple courtesy calls, the kind of social interaction that any prominent citizen might engage in as part of his daily routine. but on a deeper level they represented Norton's understanding that his role as emperor required him to maintain connections with all levels of society, from the powerful and wealthy to the humble and struggling. His presence in the financial district legitimized his claim to imperial authority by demonstrating that even the city's most successful businessmen recognized and respected his position. The merchants and bankers had developed their own rituals around Norton's visits. Some would save interesting news items or business developments to share with the emperor, understanding that he appreciated being kept informed about the city's economic health. Others would prepare small gifts, a fine cigar, a cup of excellent coffee, or a particularly choice piece of fruit, to offer to their imperial visitor. These gestures were not attempts to curry favor or seek special treatment, but genuine expressions of affection and respect for a man who had brought something unique and valuable into their lives. Norton's ability to maintain his dignity while accepting these small tokens of esteem was one of the most remarkable aspects of his character. He understood that his subjects needed to express their affection in tangible ways, and he accepted their gifts with the gracious acknowledgement appropriate to his imperial status. At the same time, he never took advantage of their generosity or allowed their kindness to become a source of exploitation. His acceptance of their offerings was always balanced by his own contributions to their welfare, whether through advice, encouragement, or simply the pleasure of his company. The emperor's relationship with law enforcement represents perhaps the most touching aspect of his reign. The police officers of San Francisco, men charged with maintaining order in a city that could be rough and unpredictable, had adopted Norton as an unofficial mascot and protector. When they encountered him on his rounds, they would snap to attention and offer crisp salutes, treating him with the respect due to a legitimate head of state. Norton, in turn, would acknowledge their service with the gracious nod of a ruler who understood that true authority came not from fear, but from mutual respect and affection. The relationship between Norton and the police force was remarkable for its genuine warmth and mutual respect. These were men who dealt daily with the harsh realities of urban life: criminals and conmen, drunks and troublemakers, the desperate and the dangerous. Their work required them to maintain a professional skepticism about human nature and to be constantly alert for deception and manipulation. Yet their interaction with Norton was characterized by an openness and affection that spoke to their recognition of his essential honesty and goodness. The police officers understood that Norton represented something valuable and worth protecting in their city. In their daily encounters with the worst aspects of human behavior, they had learned to appreciate genuine nobility of character when they encountered it. Norton's consistent kindness, his obvious concern for others, and his complete lack of malice or self-interest had earned him a place in their hearts that transcended any rational analysis of his actual status or authority. The practical benefits of Norton's relationship with law enforcement extended throughout the city. Police officers would often consult with the emperor about conditions in different neighborhoods, understanding that his daily walks gave him insights into the city's problems that might escape official attention. Norton would report on unsafe conditions, suspicious activities, or residents in need of assistance, serving as an unofficial liaison between the police and the communities they served. The emperor's presence on the streets also had a calming effect on potential troublemakers. His obvious popularity and the protective attitude of the police toward him meant that anyone who showed disrespect to Norton would quickly find themselves in difficulties with the law. This protection was rarely needed, as Norton's gentle manner and obvious harmlessness made him an unlikely target for hostility, but its existence demonstrated the extent to which he had been incorporated into the city's official power structure. The police officers' salutes to Norton were not mere gestures of amusement or condescension, but genuine expressions of respect for a man they had come to regard as a beneficial presence in their community. These salutes were performed with military precision and obvious sincerity, creating moments of ceremony and dignity that enhanced Norton's imperial status, while providing the officers themselves with opportunities to participate in something noble and uplifting. This relationship between emperor and police was tested dramatically in 1867, when a new officer, perhaps unaware of the unofficial protocols that governed Norton's status, arrested the emperor for vagrancy. The charge was technically accurate. Norton had no visible means of support, and lived in circumstances that might be considered impoverished. But the arrest sparked an immediate and passionate response from the citizens of San Francisco that revealed the depth of their attachment to their unusual ruler. The arresting officer was a recent addition to the force, a young man who had come to San Francisco from an eastern city where such tolerance for eccentricity might not have existed. He saw Norton wandering the streets in his unusual uniform, and applying the letter of the law without understanding its spirit, determined that the emperor qualified as a vagrant and a potential public nuisance. The arrest was conducted politely but firmly, with Norton offering no resistance but maintaining his imperial dignity even as he was led away to the police station. The officer's action, while technically legal, violated the unspoken compact that had developed between Norton and the city over the course of his 8-year reign. Norton was not a vagrant in any meaningful sense of the word. He had a place to live, he conducted himself with dignity and purpose, and he contributed positively to the community in countless ways. His lack of conventional employment and his unusual lifestyle might technically qualify him for arrest under vagrancy statutes, but applying such laws to Norton revealed a fundamental misunderstanding of his role and value to the city. The news of Norton's arrest spread through the city like wildfire, carried by telegraph wires and whispered conversations, by newspaper boys calling out headlines, and by the simple human network of indignation that forms when a beloved figure is threatened. Within hours, a crowd had gathered outside the police station, demanding the emperor's immediate release. These were not radicals or troublemakers, but ordinary citizens, shopkeepers and clerks, housewives and laborers, children and elderly residents, who had come to see Norton as an essential part of their daily lives. The crowd that gathered outside the police station was remarkable for its diversity and its obvious sincerity. These were people from every walk of life and every neighborhood of the city, united only by their affection for Norton and their outrage at his treatment. Wealthy merchants stood alongside working-class laborers, society ladies next to immigrant shopkeepers, all demanding justice for their emperor. The gathering was peaceful but determined, reflecting the civilized character of Norton's empire and the genuine respect his subjects felt for law and order, even as they protested what they saw as a grave injustice. The crowd's demands were simple and reasonable. They wanted Norton released immediately, they wanted an apology for his mistreatment, and they wanted assurance that such an incident would never happen again. Their spokesman was a prominent businessman who had known Norton since his early days in the city, and who could speak with authority about the emperor's character and contributions to the community. The crowd listened respectfully as he outlined their grievances and their expectations, demonstrating the organized and thoughtful nature of their protest. Inside the police station, Norton maintained his dignity, despite the humiliating circumstances of his arrest. He answered the booking officer's questions with courtesy and precision, providing his name and address while gently correcting the officer's understanding of his official title and status. When asked about his occupation, Norton replied simply that he was Emperor of the United States, a response that was recorded in the official records with no apparent sense of irony or disbelief. The police chief, recognizing both the absurdity of the situation and the genuine feeling of the crowd, ordered Norton's immediate release. But more than that, he issued a formal apology to the emperor, acknowledging that Norton had committed no crime and had in fact contributed significantly to the peace and happiness of the city. The chief ordered his officers to treat Norton with the respect due to his station, and from that day forward, the emperor's relationship with law enforcement was not merely cordial, but officially sanctioned. The police chief's decision was both pragmatic and principled. From a practical standpoint, he recognized that prosecuting Norton would serve no useful purpose and would only antagonize a significant portion of the city's population. But more importantly, he understood that Norton represented something valuable that deserved protection rather than persecution. The chief's formal apology was not mere political calculation, but a genuine recognition that an injustice had been committed against a man whose only crime was being different in ways that brought joy rather than harm to his community. The incident revealed something profound about the nature of Norton's empire. His subjects had not merely tolerated his eccentricity, they had embraced it as something precious and worthy of protection. In a world that often seemed harsh and unpredictable, Norton represented stability and kindness, a figure who asked nothing of his people except the freedom to care for them in his own gentle way. The public response to Norton's arrest demonstrated that his empire was not merely a charming eccentricity tolerated by an amused population, but a genuine social institution that had earned the loyalty and protection of the people it served. The speed and intensity of the reaction showed that Norton had become an integral part of San Francisco's identity, a figure whose welfare was seen as connected to the city's own sense of itself as a place where the unconventional could flourish and where human dignity was valued above social conformity. The arrest incident also revealed the extent to which Norton had been informally incorporated into the city's power structure. The police chief's immediate capitulation to public pressure, and his formal recognition of Norton's status demonstrated that the emperor's authority, while unofficial, was nonetheless real and significant. Norton's empire might not appear on any official charts or organizational diagrams, but it was a genuine part of San Francisco's governance system, providing services and benefits that the formal government could not or would not provide. Norton's economic circumstances were indeed precarious, but his subjects had devised ingenious ways to support their emperor without damaging his dignity. The restaurants where he dined would never present him with a bill, considering it an honor to serve royalty. Instead, they would display certificates proclaiming themselves purveyors to the imperial court, a designation that actually increased their business as tourists and locals alike sought to dine where the emperor was welcomed. The economic support system that developed around Norton was a masterpiece of tactful assistance that preserved his imperial dignity while ensuring his material needs were met. This system worked because it was based on genuine reciprocity rather than charity. Norton provided his subjects with value in the form of entertainment, companionship, and moral leadership, while they provided him with the practical support necessary to maintain his imperial role. The restaurants that served Norton understood that his presence enhanced their reputation and attracted customers who were curious to dine where the emperor took his meals. By appointment to his imperial majesty, certificates that these establishments displayed were not merely amusing novelties, but genuine marketing tools that distinguished their businesses from competitors and suggested a level of quality and character that regular customers appreciated. Norton's dining habits were as regular and dignified as every other aspect of his imperial routine. He would arrive at restaurants at appropriate hours, conduct himself with perfect courtesy, and engage in pleasant conversation with other diners who were invariably charmed by his intelligence and genuine interest in their affairs. His presence never disrupted the normal flow of restaurant business, but rather enhanced it by adding an element of distinction and ceremony to the ordinary act of dining. The emperor's table manners and social skills were impeccable, reflecting both his natural refinement and his understanding that his behavior reflected on the dignity of his office. He was well versed in the customs of fine dining and could discuss food and wine with the knowledge of a man who had traveled widely and experienced the best that different cultures had to offer. Restaurant owners often remarked that Norton was one of their most agreeable customers, always gracious, never demanding, and genuinely appreciative of good service. The informal network of support that sustained Norton extended far beyond restaurants to include virtually every type of business and service provider in the city. Tailors would maintain his uniform without charge, understanding that his distinguished appearance reflected well on their craftsmanship. Barbers would ensure that his hair and beard were properly groomed, taking pride in contributing to his imperial dignity. Even transportation providers would offer him free rides, considering it an honor to serve their emperor. The theatrical community of San Francisco had a particular affection for Norton, recognizing in him a kindred spirit who understood the power of performance and the importance of maintaining character. Theater owners would reserve the best seats for the emperor, and he would attend performances with the dignity befitting his station, applauding at appropriate moments, and occasionally offering his imperial critique of the evening's entertainment. The actors, in turn, would acknowledge his presence from the stage, treating him not as a curiosity, but as a genuine patron of the arts. San Francisco's theatrical scene in the 1860s was vibrant and sophisticated, featuring both touring companies from the East and local productions that reflected the city's unique character and concerns. The theaters served as important social centers, where the city's elite could see and be seen, but they also provided entertainment for working-class audiences who appreciated good drama and comedy regardless of their social status. Norton's relationship with the theatrical community was based on mutual respect and shared understanding of the importance of performance in human life. The actors recognized that Norton was, in his own way, a performer whose imperial role required the same kind of commitment to character and consistency that they brought to their own work. They appreciated his dedication to his imperial persona and his understanding of the subtle art of maintaining an audience's willing suspension of disbelief. The emperor's presence at theatrical performances added an element of glamour and importance to these events that enhanced their appeal for both performers and audiences. When Norton attended a performance, word would spread quickly through the theater, and both actors and audience members would feel that they were participating in something special and memorable. The emperor's obvious appreciation for good performance and his courteous attention to the proceedings made him an ideal audience member from the performer's perspective. Norton's theatrical reviews, when he chose to offer them, were taken seriously by both performers and critics. His comments were always constructive and thoughtful, reflecting his genuine understanding of dramatic art and his appreciation for the challenges faced by actors and directors. These reviews were sometimes published in the newspapers, where they were read with interest by theatre-goers who valued the emperor's opinions on cultural matters. The theatre community's embrace of Norton also reflected their understanding that he represented a celebration of imagination and creativity that was essential to their own work. In a society that often valued only practical and material achievements, Norton's success as a creator of fantasy and wonder provided validation for artists and performers who understood that human life required more than mere survival and economic productivity. Norton's relationship with the press exemplified the symbiotic nature of his reign. Newspaper editors had discovered that stories about the emperor sold papers, but more than that, they had come to genuinely respect his insights and observations. Norton would visit newsrooms regularly, discussing current events with reporters and editors who found his perspective both refreshingly honest and surprisingly astute. His letters to the editor were published not as comic relief, but as legitimate contributions to public discourse. The newspaper industry in 1860s San Francisco was highly competitive, with multiple daily papers competing for readers and advertising revenue. Editors were constantly searching for stories that would attract readers and distinguish their publications from their competitors. Norton provided them with a reliable source of interesting and entertaining content that was uniquely San Franciscan in character and appeal. But Norton's value to the press extended beyond mere entertainment value. His unique position in the city gave him insights into social and political issues that conventional reporters might miss. His daily walks through all neighborhoods of the city, his conversations with people from every walk of life, and his freedom from political and economic pressures allowed him to observe and comment on urban life with unusual objectivity and comprehensiveness. Newspaper editors came to regard Norton as a valuable source of information about public opinion and social conditions. His observations about the mood of different communities, the effectiveness of city services, and the impact of various policies were often more accurate and insightful than the reports of their regular correspondents. Norton's independence from partisan politics and economic interests made his opinions particularly valuable in a media environment where most sources had obvious biases and agendas. The emperor's letters to the editor covered a wide range of topics, from local issues like street maintenance and public transportation to national questions like monetary policy and foreign relations. These letters were well written and thoughtfully argued, demonstrating Norton's intelligence and education while reflecting his genuine concern for the welfare of his subjects. Editors published these letters not as curiosities, but as legitimate contributions to public debate from a respected member of the community. Norton's press conferences, though informal, were well attended by reporters who had learned to value his perspectives on current events. These sessions would typically take place on street corners or in hotel lobbies, with Norton holding court while journalists scribbled down his observations and opinions. The emperor's accessibility to the press was remarkable for its openness and lack of artifice. He answered questions directly and honestly, without the careful calculation and deliberate ambiguity that characterized most political communication. The emperor's concern for his subjects extended to all levels of society. He would visit the poor neighborhoods south of Market Street, checking on the welfare of residents who might otherwise be forgotten by more conventional authorities. His presence in these areas was welcomed not as charity, but as the natural concern of a ruler for all his people. Norton would listen to complaints about city services, take note of needed repairs, and then relay these concerns to the appropriate officials with the weight of imperial authority behind his recommendations. The neighborhoods south of Market Street in 1860s. San Francisco were home to the city's working class and poor, areas where immigrants and laborers lived in crowded conditions with limited access to city services. These communities were often ignored by conventional politicians except during election campaigns, and their residents had learned to expect little help from official sources when they faced problems with housing, sanitation, or public safety. Norton's visits to these neighborhoods were not publicity stunts or political gestures, but genuine expressions of his imperial responsibility to care for all his subjects regardless of their social or economic status. He would walk through these areas with the same dignity and attention he brought to his visits to wealthy neighborhoods, demonstrating his belief that imperial concern should extend to every corner of his domain. The residents of these poor neighborhoods responded to Norton's attention with gratitude and respect that reflected their understanding that he was offering them something rare and valuable, the genuine interest and concern of someone in authority who asked nothing in return except the opportunity to help. Unlike conventional politicians who visited such areas only when seeking votes, Norton came regularly and consistently, building relationships based on trust and mutual respect. Norton's advocacy for these overlooked communities was often effective precisely because of his unique status and his freedom from conventional political constraints. When he brought complaints about poor city services to official attention, his recommendations carried weight because everyone understood that he had no personal agenda or political ambitions. His only motivation was the welfare of his subjects, which made his advocacy both credible and compelling. The emperor's detailed knowledge of conditions throughout the city made him an invaluable unofficial ombudsman who could identify problems and propose solutions that might otherwise escape official notice. His daily walks gave him a comprehensive understanding of urban conditions that few conventional officials possessed, and his willingness to communicate directly with city administrators meant that problems could be addressed quickly and efficiently. Children held a special place in Norton's heart, and they responded to him with the uncomplicated affection that only the young can offer. They would follow him through the streets, not mocking or taunting, but genuinely delighted by his presence. Norton would stop to speak with them, asking about their studies and their families, offering the kind of attention that busy parents might not always have time to provide. To these children, Norton was not a failed businessman playing dress-up, but a magical figure who had stepped out of a fairy tale to make their ordinary world more wonderful. The relationship between Norton and the children of San Francisco was perhaps the purest expression of his imperial character, unmarked by the complexities of adult politics or economics. Children responded to Norton's essential kindness and dignity without the skepticism or social conditioning that might influence adult reactions. Their acceptance of his imperial status was complete and unquestioning, based simply on their recognition that he was someone special who deserved respect and affection. Norton understood that children represented the future of his empire, and he took his responsibilities toward them seriously. He would inquire about their education, encourage their ambitions, and provide the kind of gentle guidance that helped shape their character and values. His interactions with children were always respectful and appropriate, reflecting his understanding that they deserved to be treated with dignity, despite their youth. The emperor's popularity with children also reflected his ability to maintain a sense of wonder and possibility that appealed to young imaginations. In a world that often seemed to crush childish dreams and fantasies, Norton represented the triumph of imagination over cynicism, demonstrating that it was possible to live according to one's highest aspirations regardless of social expectations or conventional limitations. Children would often approach Norton with questions about his empire, his travels, or his royal duties, and he would answer them with the same seriousness and attention he might give to adult inquiries. These conversations helped educate the children about geography, history, and civic responsibility, while also providing them with a positive role model who embodied values of kindness, dignity, and service to others. The emperor's influence on the children of San Francisco extended beyond individual interactions, to include his impact on their understanding of authority and leadership. Through their relationship with Norton, these children learned that true leadership was based on service rather than power, that authority should be exercised with humility and compassion, and that the most important qualification for leadership was genuine concern for others' welfare. The emperor's daily routine included regular visits to the city's schools, where teachers welcomed him as an educational resource. Norton would speak to classes about geography and history, drawing on his own experiences and travels to bring lessons to life. His presence in the classroom was considered a privilege, and students would compete for the honor of showing their work to the emperor. These visits were more than mere entertainment. They represented Norton's understanding that education was essential to the welfare of his subjects. San Francisco's educational system in the 1860s was still developing, with schools struggling to serve a rapidly growing and diverse population. Teachers faced the challenge of educating children from many different cultural backgrounds, often with limited resources and overcrowded classrooms. Norton's visits provided these educators with a valuable supplement to their regular curriculum, offering students exposure to ideas and perspectives they might not otherwise encounter. Norton's educational presentations were carefully prepared and thoughtfully delivered, reflecting his understanding that teaching was a serious responsibility that required both knowledge and skill. He would research topics in advance, prepare visual aids when possible, and structure his presentations to engage students while conveying important information. His talks covered a wide range of subjects, from the geography of California to the history of various nations, always presented in ways that made complex topics accessible and interesting to young minds. The emperor's presence in the classroom also provided teachers with opportunities to discuss important civic and moral lessons. Norton's example of public service, his commitment to the welfare of others, and his demonstration that authority should be exercised with kindness and humility provided valuable teaching moments that helped shape students' understanding of citizenship and social responsibility. Students who had the opportunity to interact with Norton often remembered these encounters for the rest of their lives, carrying with them lessons about tolerance, imagination, and the importance of treating all people with dignity and respect. The emperor's educational legacy extended far beyond the formal presentations he made, influencing a generation of San Franciscans who grew up understanding that their city was a place where the unconventional could flourish and where human dignity was valued above social conformity. Norton's treatment of the city's diverse population demonstrated a progressive attitude that was remarkable for its time. San Francisco in the 1860s was home to people from around the world: Chinese immigrants who had come to work on the railroad, Mexican families who had lived in the area since before the American conquest, European immigrants seeking new opportunities, and African Americans who had come west in search of freedom and prosperity. Norton treated all of these groups with equal dignity, recognizing no distinction based on race or origin in his empire. The diversity of San Francisco's population in the 1860s was extraordinary for its time, creating both opportunities and challenges for the city's social and political development. The rapid influx of people from different cultural backgrounds had created a complex social landscape where traditional hierarchies and prejudices were constantly being challenged and renegotiated. Norton's inclusive approach to imperial governance provided a model of tolerance and acceptance that influenced the city's evolving social norms. Norton's treatment of minority communities was particularly significant because it came at a time when racial and ethnic prejudice was widespread throughout American society. The Chinese Exclusion Act would later codify anti-Asian sentiment into federal law, while discrimination against African Americans, Mexican Americans, and other minority groups was commonplace throughout the country. Norton's example of treating all people with equal dignity provided a powerful counter-narrative to the prejudice and discrimination that characterized much of American society. The emperor's relationship with the Chinese community was particularly warm. At a time when anti-Chinese sentiment was common in California, Norton would visit Chinatown regularly, showing respect for the customs and traditions of these newest Americans. His presence in the community was seen as a form of protection, a signal that these residents were valued subjects of his empire. Norton would attend Chinese New Year celebrations and other cultural events, participating with the genuine interest of a ruler who understood that diversity strengthened rather than threatened his kingdom. The Chinese community's response to Norton's friendship and support was deeply appreciative, recognizing that he was offering them something rare and valuable in a society where they often faced hostility and discrimination. Norton's presence at their cultural events and his obvious respect for their traditions provided a form of legitimacy and acceptance that helped protect them from the worst expressions of anti-Chinese sentiment. Norton's understanding of Chinese culture and customs was more than superficial, reflecting genuine study and appreciation for the complexity and richness of Chinese civilization. He would discuss Chinese philosophy and history with community leaders, demonstrating a level of cultural awareness that was unusual among non-Chinese Americans of his era. This knowledge helped him serve as an unofficial ambassador between the Chinese community and the broader San Francisco population. The emperor's protection of the Chinese community extended beyond symbolic gestures to include practical assistance when they faced discrimination or persecution. Norton would intervene when Chinese residents were mistreated, using his influence with city officials and law enforcement to ensure that they received fair treatment under the law. His advocacy was particularly important during periods of anti-Chinese agitation, when his support provided both physical protection and moral validation for the community. Norton's relationship with other minority communities was equally inclusive and supportive. He showed the same respect for Mexican American families, African American residents, and European immigrants, treating all as equal subjects of his empire regardless of their background or circumstances. This inclusive approach helped establish San Francisco's reputation as a more tolerant and welcoming city than many other American communities of the era. Norton's empire was sustained not by taxation or tribute, but by the voluntary contributions of subjects who wanted to ensure their emperor's welfare. Merchants would slip coins into his pocket when he visited their shops. Restaurant owners would pack extra food for him to take home, and tailors would discreetly maintain his uniform without charge. These gestures were not charity but expressions of affection for a man who had brought joy and wonder into their lives. The voluntary nature of support for Norton's empire was crucial to its legitimacy and sustainability. Unlike conventional governments that could compel obedience through force or legal obligation, Norton's authority depended entirely on the willing participation of his subjects. The fact that people chose to support him financially and materially without any external pressure demonstrated the genuine affection and respect he had earned through his conduct and character. The informal system of imperial support that developed around Norton was remarkable for its organization and effectiveness, despite its completely voluntary nature. Merchants, restaurant owners, service providers, and ordinary citizens all contributed according to their ability and inclination, creating a network of mutual support that ensured Norton's needs were met while preserving his dignity and independence. The contributors to Norton's support system were motivated, not by any expectation of reward or preferential treatment, but by their genuine appreciation for what he brought to their lives and their community. Norton's presence provided them with entertainment, inspiration, and a sense of connection to something larger and more meaningful than their ordinary daily routines. Their contributions were expressions of gratitude for these intangible but valuable benefits. Norton's acceptance of this support was always gracious and dignified, reflecting his understanding that his subjects needed ways to express their affection and loyalty to their emperor. He never took their generosity for granted, or allowed it to become a source of exploitation or manipulation. Instead, he accepted their gifts with the appropriate imperial dignity, while ensuring that his own conduct continued to deserve their support. The emperor's health was a matter of constant concern to his subjects. As he aged, they watched over him with the protective care of a family, ensuring that he was warm in winter and cool in summer, that he had adequate food and shelter, and that his dignity was never compromised by want. Norton, in turn, accepted this care with the grace of a ruler who understood that true nobility lay not in taking from his people, but in allowing them the privilege of giving. As Norton entered his 60s and 70s, the physical demands of his daily imperial routine became increasingly challenging. His subjects noticed when he walked more slowly, when he seemed tired or unwell, when his uniform showed signs of wear beyond what could be easily repaired. Their response was to increase their protective attention while maintaining the respectful distance that preserved his imperial dignity. The medical care that Norton received was provided informally by doctors and other health professionals who considered it an honor to serve their emperor. They would monitor his health discreetly, provide treatment when necessary, and ensure that he had access to medications and other medical supplies without having to request assistance directly. This care was provided tactfully and professionally, maintaining Norton's dignity while addressing his health needs. Norton's subjects also took responsibility for ensuring that his living arrangements remained adequate as he aged. When his landlady at the commercial street boarding house could no longer provide appropriate care, arrangements were quietly made for him to move to more suitable accommodations. These transitions were handled so discreetly that Norton's imperial dignity was never compromised, and he continued to maintain his independence while receiving the support he needed. The emperor's winter clothing received particular attention from his subjects, who understood that San Francisco's fog and wind could be harsh for an elderly man who spent his days walking outdoors. Warm overcoats, gloves, and other cold weather gear would appear in Norton's wardrobe without fanfare, ensuring that he could continue his imperial duties regardless of weather conditions. The concern for Norton's welfare extended to his nutrition and general comfort, with restaurant owners and food providers ensuring that he had access to wholesome meals and adequate nourishment. His subjects understood that maintaining his health was essential to preserving their empire, and they took this responsibility seriously, while always respecting his independence and dignity. As the years passed, Norton's reign became so deeply embedded in the fabric of San Francisco life that it seemed impossible to imagine the city without him. He had become more than an emperor. He was a living symbol of the city's capacity for tolerance, imagination, and kindness. In a world that often seemed devoted to the pursuit of wealth and power, Norton had created something far more valuable, a kingdom where the only currency was love, and where the only law was the golden rule of treating others as you would wish to be treated. Norton's integration into San Francisco's identity was so complete that visitors to the city expected to encounter him as one of its most important attractions. Travel guides mentioned him alongside cable cars and the waterfront as essential San Francisco experiences, and tourists would often plan their itineraries around opportunities to see the famous emperor. This tourist interest helped validate Norton's importance while providing additional economic benefits to the businesses that supported him. The emperor's influence on San Francisco's cultural development was profound and lasting, extending far beyond his immediate presence to shape the city's understanding of itself and its values. Norton had demonstrated that success could be measured in terms other than wealth and conventional achievement, that dignity was not dependent on social status, and that leadership was most effective when motivated by genuine concern for others rather than personal ambition. The lessons of Norton's reign were absorbed by successive generations of San Franciscans, who grew up understanding that their city was different from other places, that it was a community where imagination could triumph over convention, and where human dignity was valued above social conformity. This understanding became part of San Francisco's civic identity, influencing its approach to social issues, its treatment of minorities and outsiders, and its willingness to embrace unconventional solutions to urban problems. Norton's example also influenced the city's approach to mental health and social welfare, demonstrating that people who might be considered eccentric or unstable in other contexts could make valuable contributions to community life if they were treated with respect and given opportunities to participate meaningfully in society. His success challenged conventional assumptions about normalcy and social functionality, suggesting that diversity of thought and behavior could be a source of strength rather than a problem to be managed. The emperor's reign had established San Francisco as a place where the impossible could become reality through the power of collective imagination and mutual support. This reputation would attract artists, writers, performers, and other creative individuals who understood that the city offered opportunities for self-expression and personal fulfillment that might not be available elsewhere. Norton's legacy thus contributed to San Francisco's emergence as a center of artistic and cultural innovation that continues to influence American culture today. The economic model that Norton had pioneered, an economy based on voluntary cooperation, mutual support, and the recognition that human welfare was more important than profit maximization, would inspire later experiments in alternative economic arrangements. The success of his imperial support system demonstrated that communities could organize themselves around principles other than competition and individual accumulation, providing a model for cooperative enterprises and social movements that sought to create more humane forms of economic organization. Norton's diplomatic achievements, though conducted entirely through moral authority rather than political power, had demonstrated the potential for peaceful resolution of conflicts through patient dialogue and mutual respect. His interventions in local disputes, his correspondence with foreign leaders, and his consistent advocacy for non-violent solutions to social problems provided a model of conflict resolution that emphasized understanding and compromise rather than force and domination. The emperor's administrative innovations, particularly his approach to urban planning and public services, had anticipated many of the developments that would later be implemented by conventional city governments. His proposals for improved transportation, better infrastructure, and more responsive public services reflected a sophisticated understanding of urban dynamics that was decades ahead of its time. City planners and public administrators would later implement many of Norton's suggestions, often without acknowledging their imperial origins. Norton's educational legacy was equally significant, as the children who had learned from him grew up to become leaders in business, politics, education, and the arts. These individuals carried with them the lessons Norton had taught about tolerance, imagination, and social responsibility, applying these principles in their own careers and passing them on to subsequent generations. The emperor's influence on San Francisco's educational system thus extended far beyond his classroom visits to shape the character and values of the community for decades to come. The religious and spiritual dimensions of Norton's reign, while never explicitly articulated, had provided many San Franciscans with a sense of meaning and purpose that transcended the material concerns of daily life. Norton's example of selfless service, his commitment to the welfare of others, and his demonstration that love could be a governing principle in human affairs, had offered a practical spirituality that appealed to people from many different religious backgrounds. Norton's approach to governance had also influenced the development of democratic institutions by demonstrating that legitimate authority came from the consent and affection of the governed, rather than from force or legal mandate. His reign had shown that leaders could be most effective when they served their constituents rather than commanding them, when they listened rather than dictated, and when they earned respect through their character and conduct rather than demanding it through their position or power. The international attention that Norton's reign had attracted had helped establish San Francisco's reputation as a unique and significant city on the world stage. European newspapers and magazines had carried stories about the American emperor, presenting San Francisco as a place where democracy had evolved beyond conventional forms to create new possibilities for human organization and social cooperation. This international recognition had enhanced the city's prestige and attracted visitors and immigrants who were drawn by its reputation for tolerance and innovation. As Norton aged and his physical capabilities declined, his subjects began to contemplate the unthinkable prospect of life without their emperor. The thought of San Francisco without Norton seemed as impossible as the thought of the city without its hills or its bay, so thoroughly had he become integrated into the community's sense of itself. Yet they also understood that Norton's legacy was not dependent on his physical presence, but rather on the principles and values he had embodied, and the example he had set for future generations. The emperor's declining health became a source of collective anxiety for his subjects, who watched over him with increasing concern, while struggling to find ways to express their care without compromising his independence or dignity. Medical professionals in the city took particular interest in Norton's welfare, providing him with the best care available while respecting his imperial status and his preference for maintaining his normal routine despite his physical limitations. Norton himself seemed to understand that his reign was entering its final phase, and he began to take steps to ensure that his imperial legacy would survive his physical departure. He became more deliberate in his public appearances, more thoughtful in his proclamations, and more conscious of his role as a symbol of the values and principles he had championed throughout his reign. His subjects noticed these changes and responded with increased attention and affection, understanding that they were witnessing the conclusion of a remarkable chapter in their city's history. The emperor's final years were marked by a deepening of his relationships with his subjects and an intensification of the mutual affection that had sustained his reign for more than 2 decades. The community that had created and sustained Norton's empire began to prepare for the transition that would inevitably come, while also celebrating and preserving the extraordinary experiment in human governance that he had represented. Norton's daily routine continued with remarkable consistency, despite his advancing age, demonstrating his commitment to his imperial duties and his understanding that his subjects needed the stability and reassurance that his presence provided. His morning walks became shorter and less frequent, but they remained an important part of San Francisco's daily rhythm, and his subjects adjusted their own schedules to accommodate the changes in his routine, while continuing to provide the support and protection he needed. The emperor's evening appearances at restaurants and social events became particularly precious to his subjects, who understood that these occasions provided opportunities to spend time with their beloved ruler, while he was still able to participate actively in the community life he had done so much to shape. These gatherings took on an increasingly ceremonial quality, with participants understanding that they were participating in historic moments that would be remembered and cherished long after Norton's reign had ended. The newspaper coverage of Norton's activities during his final years reflected the community's awareness that an era was drawing to a close. Reporters wrote about the emperor with increasing reverence and affection, documenting his activities and preserving his words for posterity, while also celebrating the extraordinary legacy he had created. These articles served both as contemporary journalism and as historical record, ensuring that future generations would understand the significance of Norton's reign and the impact he had made on his adopted city. The support system that had sustained Norton throughout his reign became even more organized and attentive during his declining years, with his subjects taking greater responsibility for ensuring his comfort and welfare, while maintaining the respectful distance that preserved his imperial dignity. This care was provided with such discretion and skill that Norton was able to maintain his independence and continue his imperial duties despite his physical limitations. Norton's correspondence during his final years revealed his awareness of his mortality and his concern for the future of his empire. His letters to newspapers and public officials became more philosophical and reflective, focusing on the principles and values he had championed rather than specific policy proposals or administrative details. These writings served as a kind of imperial testament, outlining his vision for San Francisco's future and his hopes for the continuation of the tolerant and compassionate community he had helped to create. The emperor's relationship with the city's children remained especially important during his final years, As he understood that these young people represented the future of the values and principles he had embodied, his interactions with children became more focused on teaching and guidance, with Norton using these opportunities to pass on the lessons he had learned about leadership, service, and the importance of treating all people with dignity and respect. Norton's influence on the development of San Francisco's civic institutions became increasingly apparent during his final years, as city officials and community leaders openly acknowledged the impact his example had made on their approach to governance and public service. His model of accessible, responsive leadership had influenced a generation of public servants who sought to emulate his commitment to serving all citizens regardless of their social or economic status. The emperor's legacy was also evident in the city's approach to social welfare and community support, as the informal networks that had sustained Norton's reign had demonstrated the effectiveness of voluntary cooperation and mutual aid in addressing human needs. These networks had shown that communities could organize themselves to care for their most vulnerable members without relying solely on formal governmental programs or charitable institutions. Norton's impact on San Francisco's business community was equally significant, as his example had demonstrated that commercial success could be compatible with ethical behavior and social responsibility. The merchants and businessmen who had supported his reign had learned that contributing to community welfare could be both morally satisfying and economically beneficial, creating a tradition of civic engagement that would characterize San Francisco's business community for generations to come. The cultural institutions that had embraced Norton during his reign's theaters, restaurants, hotels, and other entertainment venues had developed a tradition of welcoming unconventional individuals and celebrating creativity and imagination. This tradition would make San Francisco a magnet for artists, performers, and other creative individuals who sought communities where their talents would be appreciated and their contributions valued. Norton's reign had also established San Francisco as a place where political innovation was possible and where new forms of social organization could be tested and refined. His success had demonstrated that democracy could evolve beyond conventional forms to create new possibilities for human cooperation and mutual support, inspiring later experiments in participatory governance and community organizing. The emperor's approach to international relations had also left a lasting impact on San Francisco's understanding of its place in the global community. His correspondence with foreign leaders and his advocacy for peaceful resolution of international conflicts had established a tradition of international engagement and diplomatic innovation that would influence the city's approach to global issues for decades to come. As Norton's reign entered its final phase, his subjects began to organize efforts to preserve and commemorate his legacy. Collections were taken up to ensure his continued comfort, memorials were planned to honor his contributions to the community, and efforts were made to document his impact on the city's development. These activities reflected the community's understanding that Norton's reign represented a unique and valuable chapter in American history that deserved to be remembered and celebrated. The emperor's own awareness of his historical significance became more apparent during his final years, as he began to take steps to ensure that his papers and proclamations would be preserved for future study. He understood that his reign had represented something important and unprecedented in American political life, and he wanted to ensure that future generations would be able to learn from his example and perhaps apply his principles to their own challenges and opportunities. Norton's final proclamations reflected his deepening understanding of the principles that had guided his reign and his hopes for their continuation beyond his physical presence. These documents combined practical advice for community governance with philosophical reflections on the nature of leadership and service, creating a kind of imperial handbook for future generations who might seek to follow his example. The emperor's legacy was secure long before his physical departure from the scene, embedded in the institutions, traditions, and values of the community he had served so faithfully for more than 2 decades. His reign had demonstrated that individual vision and collective imagination could create new forms of social organization, that authority based on love and service was more effective than authority based on fear and force, and that the most important measure of success was not personal achievement, but contribution to the welfare of others. San Francisco, without Norton, would be a different city, but it would remain forever changed by his presence and his example. The values he had embodied, tolerance, compassion, imagination, and service to others, had become part of the city's DNA, influencing its development and character in ways that would extend far beyond his reign. The emperor's true empire was not a territory or a government, but a way of being in the world that had transformed everyone who had encountered it, creating a legacy that would endure as long as human beings continued to believe in the possibility of creating more just and humane communities through love, imagination, and mutual support. In the end, Norton's reign represented something that was both utterly unique and profoundly universal, a demonstration that the highest form of leadership was service, that the greatest power was love, and that the most lasting empire was one built not on conquest, but on the willing participation of subjects who had discovered in their emperor a reflection of their own highest aspirations and deepest values. His legacy would live on in every act of kindness, every gesture of tolerance, and every effort to create communities where human dignity was valued above all other considerations. Chapter 4. The Final Years and Legacy, an Empire of Memory. As the 1870s dawned over San Francisco Bay, Emperor Norton I had settled into a rhythm of benevolent rule that seemed as permanent as the hills that surrounded his empire. The city had grown around him, spreading outward from the original settlement near the waterfront, climbing the steep inclines that gave San Francisco its distinctive character. Through all these changes, Norton remained a constant presence, a figure whose daily appearances had become as reliable as the fog that rolled in from the Pacific each evening. The San Francisco of the 1870s was dramatically different from the rough frontier town that had first welcomed Norton in the early 1850s. The city had acquired the sophistication and infrastructure of a major American metropolis, with grand hotels, elegant theaters, and commercial districts that rivaled those of New York or Boston. Cable cars now climbed the steep hills that had once required arduous walks, while gas lighting illuminated streets that had previously been dark after sunset. Yet through all these transformations, Norton had remained a constant, adapting to change while maintaining the essential character that had made him beloved. The emperor's aging process had been as dignified as every other aspect of his reign. His hair had turned white, his step had slowed, and his uniform showed the gentle wear of 2 decades of daily use. But his bearing remained erect, and his presence still commanded the affectionate respect of his subjects. The brass buttons that had once gleamed like gold now showed the patina of years, but they were polished daily by hands that understood their symbolic importance to the maintenance of imperial dignity. Norton's physical appearance in these later years had taken on an almost mythical quality that seemed to transcend the ordinary processes of aging. His face, lined with the gentle creases of a man who had smiled more often than he had frowned, radiated a kind of peaceful authority that spoke to his inner contentment with the life he had chosen. His eyes, though perhaps less bright than they had been in his younger days, still sparkled with the intelligence and kindness that had first endeared him to his subjects. The emperor's wardrobe had evolved over the years to accommodate both his changing physical needs and the practical requirements of San Francisco's climate. His famous blue coat had been carefully maintained and occasionally modified, with new buttons replacing those that had worn out and patches discreetly applied where the fabric had become thin. A warm overcoat had been added for the foggy evenings, and comfortable walking shoes had replaced the more formal footwear of his earlier years. The emperor's routine in these later years had taken on the comfortable predictability of a well-loved ritual. Each morning, he would emerge from his modest lodgings, his uniform carefully brushed, and his bearing erect, despite the passage of time. The brass buttons on his coat had been polished to a gentle gleam by hands that understood the importance of maintaining imperial dignity, even when that dignity existed primarily in the realm of collective imagination. Norton's living arrangements during his final years reflected the community's determination to ensure his comfort while preserving his independence and dignity. He had moved from the commercial street boarding house to more suitable accommodations that provided greater privacy and comfort without compromising his ability to maintain his daily routine. The new lodgings were selected not for their grandeur, but for their proximity to his regular routes through the city and their ability to provide the kind of quiet, respectful environment that an aging emperor required. The emperor's daily schedule had been subtly modified to accommodate his physical limitations, while maintaining the essential elements of his imperial routine. His morning walks might begin slightly later than they had in previous years, and his routes might avoid the steepest hills, but the fundamental pattern of his reign remained unchanged. His subjects had learned to adjust their own schedules to accommodate these changes, ensuring that Norton's visits to their businesses and neighborhoods continued to provide the same joy and sense of connection that had characterized his earlier years. The care with which Norton's subjects managed these adjustments demonstrated their deep understanding of his needs and their commitment to preserving his dignity. Restaurant owners would ensure that tables near warm stoves were available during cold weather. Shopkeepers would provide comfortable chairs where the emperor could rest during his visits. And even strangers on the street would offer their assistance without making Norton feel like an object of charity. His walks through the city had become a form of mobile court, with Norton stopping to address the concerns of his subjects, to offer his blessing on new businesses, and to provide the kind of informal governance that filled the spaces between official authority. Merchants would time their lunch breaks to coincide with Norton's expected arrival, knowing that a visit from the emperor would brighten their day, and often bring curious customers who wanted to witness the gentle spectacle of his reign. The predictability of Norton's routes and schedule had become so well established that visitors to San Francisco could plan their itineraries around opportunities to encounter the famous emperor. Tour guides would include Norton's regular appearances in their descriptions of the city's attractions, and hotels would advise their guests about the best times and places to observe the imperial processions. This tourist interest had become another source of economic benefit for the businesses that supported Norton, as visitors would often patronize restaurants and shops that displayed imperial appointments. Norton's interactions with tourists and visitors revealed his sophisticated understanding of his role as an ambassador for San Francisco's unique character. He would engage with out-of-town guests with the same courtesy he showed to longtime residents, answering their questions about the city and sharing his insights about its development and potential. These conversations often left visitors with a deeper appreciation for San Francisco's distinctive culture and values, spreading Norton's influence far beyond the boundaries of his immediate empire. The emperor's ability to maintain his dignity while serving as a tourist attraction demonstrated his remarkable understanding of the performative aspects of leadership. He never seemed to feel exploited or diminished by the attention of curious visitors, but rather appeared to understand that his visibility helped promote San Francisco's reputation as a place where the unconventional could flourish and where human dignity was valued above social conformity. Norton's relationship with the press during his final years reflected the evolution of his status from local curiosity to national and international celebrity. Newspapers from around the country would send reporters to interview the famous emperor, and his comments on national and international affairs were sometimes reprinted in publications far from San Francisco. These interviews revealed Norton's continuing intelligence and his sophisticated understanding of political and social issues, contradicting any notion that his imperial role was merely the product of mental instability. The newspapers of San Francisco had long since accepted Norton as a permanent fixture in their coverage of city life. Editors would save space for his latest proclamations, and reporters would seek his opinions on matters both profound and trivial. Norton's comments on municipal affairs often displayed a practical wisdom that surprised those who might have dismissed him as merely eccentric. His observations about the need for better public transportation, his concerns about the treatment of the poor, and his advocacy for civic improvements frequently anticipated official policy by years or even decades. The emperor's proclamations during his final years revealed a deepening philosophical perspective that reflected his decades of experience in observing and commenting on human affairs. His decrees addressed not just immediate practical concerns, but larger questions about the nature of justice, the importance of compassion in governance, and the need for leaders to serve their people rather than their own interests. These documents represented a kind of imperial wisdom literature that would be studied and quoted long after Norton's death. Norton's continuing advocacy for infrastructure improvements demonstrated his practical understanding of urban development and his genuine concern for his subjects' welfare. His calls for better street lighting, improved sewage systems, and more efficient public transportation were often dismissed as the fantasies of an eccentric old man, but they were actually prescient recommendations that would eventually be implemented by more conventional city administrations. The emperor's international correspondence during his final years reflected his growing reputation as a voice for peace and humanitarian values. Foreign newspapers occasionally reprinted his letters to world leaders, treating them as examples of American idealism and democratic spirit rather than mere curiosities. Norton's calls for peaceful resolution of international conflicts and his advocacy for the rights of oppressed peoples resonated with readers who appreciated his moral authority, even if they did not recognize his political legitimacy. Norton's relationship with the wealthy elite of San Francisco had evolved into something approaching genuine respect. The railroad barons and mining millionaires who had built their fortunes in the American West discovered that Norton's company was both entertaining and oddly comforting. He represented a form of success that had nothing to do with accumulation or competition, a reminder that there were other ways to measure the value of a life. When these titans of industry entertained visitors from the East or from Europe, they would often arrange for Norton to be included in their social gatherings, presenting him not as a curiosity, but as an example of San Francisco's unique character. The acceptance of Norton by San Francisco's elite was remarkable for its apparent sincerity and the genuine affection that many wealthy residents seemed to feel for their unconventional emperor. These relationships transcended mere tolerance or amusement, reflecting a recognition that Norton embodied values and principles that were often absent from the ruthless world of Gilded Age capitalism. The industrialists and financiers who had built great fortunes through aggressive competition and sometimes questionable business practices found in Norton a reminder of the importance of kindness, integrity, and service to others. Norton's presence at elite social gatherings served multiple functions beyond mere entertainment. His conversations with visiting dignitaries and business leaders often provided insights into local conditions and public opinion that these powerful individuals might not have obtained through conventional channels. Norton's unique position in the community gave him access to information and perspectives that were valuable to people making important decisions about investments, policies, and social initiatives. The emperor's influence on high society social events was subtle but significant, as his presence encouraged conversations about philanthropy, civic responsibility, and the moral obligations of wealth. The contrast between Norton's contentment, despite his modest circumstances, and the anxiety that often afflicted even the wealthiest individuals provided a powerful example of alternative approaches to measuring success and finding meaning in life. The wealthy supporters of Norton's reign contributed to his welfare through carefully orchestrated acts of generosity that preserved his dignity while ensuring his comfort. These contributions might take the form of anonymous donations to cover his living expenses, gifts of clothing or household items that appeared to come from grateful subjects rather than wealthy patrons, or arrangements with service providers to ensure that Norton's needs were met without his having to request assistance directly. The emperor's influence on the city's cultural life grew more pronounced as the years passed. Artists and writers found inspiration in his example, creating works that celebrated the power of imagination over convention. Norton became a subject for painters who sought to capture the dignity that radiated from his humble circumstances, and poets who found in his story a metaphor for the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. The city's intellectual life was enriched by his presence, as discussions of his reign inevitably led to deeper questions about the nature of authority, the role of consensus in government, and the importance of kindness in human affairs. The artistic community's fascination with Norton reflected their recognition of him as a fellow creator who had used imagination and performance to transform reality. Painters were drawn to the visual drama of his imperial uniform and bearing, but also to the deeper challenge of capturing the essence of a man whose greatest achievement was the creation of an entirely new form of social relationship based on love and voluntary cooperation. Writers found in Norton's story rich material for exploring themes of American identity, democratic values, and the tension between individual ambition and community service. His reign provided a unique perspective on the development of the American West, offering an alternative narrative to the usual stories of conquest, exploitation, and material accumulation that dominated popular accounts of the period. The theatrical community's embrace of Norton was particularly significant, as they understood better than most the skill required to maintain a consistent character over many years, while adapting to changing circumstances and audiences. Norton's performance as emperor was recognized as a masterpiece of sustained improvisation that few professional actors could have matched for its combination of dignity, consistency, and authentic emotion. Musicians and composers were inspired by the rhythmic patterns of Norton's daily routine and the ceremonial aspects of his reign, creating works that captured the stately dignity of his processions and the gentle joy of his interactions with his subjects. These musical interpretations helped preserve the emotional atmosphere of Norton's reign for future generations who would never have the opportunity to witness it directly. Norton's concern for his subjects' welfare manifested in increasingly sophisticated ways as his reign matured. He had developed an informal network of informants who would alert him to citizens in distress, families facing hardship, or businesses struggling to survive. Norton would then use his unique position to mobilize assistance, sometimes through direct appeal to wealthy supporters, sometimes through the subtle pressure of imperial attention. His interventions were always conducted with such discretion that the recipients might never know that their emperor had orchestrated their relief. The network of information and assistance that Norton had created was remarkable for its efficiency and comprehensiveness, despite its entirely informal character. Shopkeepers, restaurant owners, police officers, and ordinary citizens would report situations requiring imperial attention, creating a communication system that was often more effective than official welfare agencies in identifying and addressing human needs. Norton's interventions on behalf of struggling individuals and families demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of both human psychology and practical economics. He knew that direct charity might be rejected by proud individuals who would accept help if it appeared to come from imperial favor or community recognition rather than personal pity. His ability to orchestrate assistance while preserving the dignity of recipients was one of his most remarkable skills as a leader. The emperor's welfare activities extended beyond immediate crisis intervention to include longer-term support for individuals and families working to improve their circumstances. He would use his influence to help people find employment, to connect them with educational opportunities, and to provide the kind of encouragement and moral support that was often as valuable as material assistance. Norton's approach to social welfare was decades ahead of its time, in its recognition that poverty and hardship were often the result of structural problems rather than individual failures. His interventions focused on providing people with opportunities to help themselves, rather than creating dependency through ongoing charity, reflecting an understanding of human dignity and self-determination that would later influence the development of professional social work. The emperor's health became a growing concern as the 1870s progressed. His subjects watched him with the careful attention of a family monitoring a beloved elder, noting when his steps seemed less steady or when the fog seemed to bother him more than usual. Norton, with the dignity that had always characterized his reign, bore these infirmities with grace, never complaining or seeking special consideration. His subjects, in turn, adjusted their own behavior to accommodate his needs, ensuring that his favorite restaurants had comfortable seating near the warmth of their stoves, and that his regular routes through the city avoided the steepest hills. The community's response to Norton's aging process revealed the depth of their affection and their sophisticated understanding of how to provide care while preserving dignity. Medical professionals in the city monitored his health discreetly, providing treatment and advice when needed, while respecting his independence and his preference for maintaining his normal routine despite physical limitations. Norton's own attitude toward aging and mortality was characterized by the same philosophical acceptance that had marked his response to other life challenges. He seemed to understand that his reign had been a gift that could not be taken for granted, and he appeared determined to fulfill his imperial responsibilities for as long as his health permitted, while also preparing his subjects for the eventual transition that would come with his death. The emperor's discussions of mortality and legacy during his final years were conducted with characteristic dignity and wisdom, focusing on the principles and values he hoped would survive his physical presence rather than on personal concerns about his own fate. He spoke increasingly about the importance of kindness, tolerance, and imagination in human affairs, suggesting that these qualities were more important than any specific institutional arrangements or governmental structures. The medical care that Norton received during his final years was provided by some of San Francisco's most distinguished physicians, who considered it an honor to serve their emperor. These doctors were struck by Norton's philosophical attitude toward his health problems and his consistent concern for others, even when he was experiencing discomfort or pain. Their observations of his character under stress only reinforced their respect for his essential nobility and goodness. The question of succession began to weigh on the minds of Norton's subjects, though it was a topic approached with the delicacy that surrounded all matters touching on mortality. Norton himself seemed to understand that his empire existed in the space between reality and dreams, and that it could not simply be transferred to another person like a conventional inheritance. His reign had been built on his own unique personality and the specific circumstances of his time and place. It was as individual as a fingerprint, as unrepeatable as a particular combination of sunlight and shadow. The impossibility of succession was both the strength and the limitation of Norton's imperial model. His authority had been so personal and so dependent on his individual character that it could not be institutionalized or transferred to another person. This meant that his empire would necessarily end with his death, but it also meant that his legacy would be preserved in its pure form, uncompromised by the inevitable changes and adaptations that would have been required if others had attempted to continue his reign. Norton's own comments on succession were characteristically wise and realistic, acknowledging that his empire was unique to his own circumstances and could not be replicated by others. He seemed to understand that his greatest legacy would be the example he had set and the values he had embodied, rather than any continuing institutional structure. His approach to this question demonstrated his freedom from the ego and ambition that might have led other leaders to try to perpetuate their power beyond their natural lifespan. The community's discussions of post-Norton San Francisco were conducted with a mixture of sadness at the prospect of losing their beloved emperor and recognition that his influence would continue long after his physical departure. There was an understanding that Norton had changed the city permanently, creating a culture of tolerance and imagination that would survive him, even if his specific imperial role could not be continued. Some of Norton's supporters proposed various schemes for preserving his empire after his death, including the possibility of electing a successor or creating a formal imperial institution. However, these proposals were generally recognized as missing the essential point about the nature of Norton's authority, which could not be captured in conventional political structures or transferred through ordinary electoral processes. As January 1880 approached, Norton's routine continued unchanged, though those who knew him best noticed a subtle shift in his demeanor. He seemed more contemplative, more given to long pauses during his conversations, as if he were listening to something the rest of the world could not hear. His proclamations, while still issued with imperial authority, took on a more philosophical tone, addressing questions of legacy and meaning that suggested a man taking stock of his life's work. The changes in Norton's behavior during his final weeks were subtle but noticeable to those who had observed him closely over many years. His conversations became more reflective, focusing on memories of his reign and observations about the development of San Francisco rather than immediate concerns about current events or practical problems. He seemed to be consciously creating a kind of oral history of his experiences, sharing stories and insights that he wanted preserved for future generations. Norton's final proclamations were remarkable for their philosophical depth and their focus on universal human values rather than specific local concerns. These documents addressed questions about the nature of leadership, the importance of service to others, and the possibility of creating more just and compassionate communities through individual action and collective goodwill. They represented a kind of imperial testament that summarized the wisdom he had accumulated through 2 decades of unique experience in alternative governance. The emperor's interactions with his subjects during his final weeks took on an increasingly ceremonial quality, as if both Norton and his people understood that they were participating in the conclusion of a remarkable historical chapter. These encounters were marked by unusual intensity of emotion and attention to detail, with participants seeming to understand that they were creating memories that would need to last for the rest of their lives. Norton's final visits to his favorite restaurants, hotels, and social venues were characterized by extended conversations and expressions of mutual affection that went beyond the usual courtesies of his reign. His subjects seemed eager to express their gratitude for the joy and meaning he had brought into their lives, while Norton appeared determined to convey his own appreciation for their loyalty and support throughout his reign. On the evening of January 8, 1880, Norton was walking along California Street, making his way to a meeting of the Academe of Sciences, a group that had invited him to speak on matters of civic importance. The fog was particularly thick that evening, wrapping the city in a blanket of mist that muffled sounds and softened the edges of familiar landmarks. Norton walked with his usual measured pace, his bearing erect despite the weight of his years. The meeting that Norton was attending on his final evening was typical of the intellectual and cultural events that had become an important part of his imperial routine during his later years. The Academe of Sciences was one of several scholarly organizations that regularly invited Norton to participate in their discussions, recognizing his insights and perspectives as valuable contributions to their deliberations on scientific and social questions. Norton's anticipated presentation to the Academe was to focus on the relationship between scientific progress and social development, a topic that reflected his sophisticated understanding of the connections between technological advancement and human welfare. His notes for the speech, found later among his papers, revealed his belief that scientific knowledge should be applied primarily to improving the conditions of life for ordinary people, rather than merely advancing abstract understanding or generating profits for inventors and investors. The fog that shrouded San Francisco on Norton's final evening was unusually thick even by the city's standards, creating an almost otherworldly atmosphere that seemed appropriate for the conclusion of so extraordinary a life. The mist transformed familiar streets into mysterious pathways, muffling the usual sounds of urban life and creating a sense of isolation and intimacy that enhanced the drama of the moment. Norton's walk through the fog-covered streets on his final evening was witnessed by several residents, who later recalled the dignity and purposefulness of his bearing, despite the difficult conditions. He moved through the mist like a figure from a dream, his imperial uniform barely visible in the dim glow of the gas street lamps, but his presence unmistakable to those who had learned to recognize the distinctive rhythm of his daily processions. As he approached the corner of California and DuPont streets, Norton suddenly stopped and placed his hand against a nearby lamp post. For a moment he stood perfectly still, as if listening to a distant sound or considering a profound question. Then, with the quiet dignity that had marked his entire reign, Emperor Norton I of the United States and Protector of Mexico collapsed to the sidewalk, his long and remarkable reign coming to an end in the gentle fog of a San Francisco evening. The witnesses to Norton's final moments were struck by the peaceful nature of his death and the dignity he maintained even in his last conscious actions. There was no struggle or distress, no cry for help or expression of pain, but rather a gentle transition from life to death that seemed entirely consistent with the character he had maintained throughout his reign. The lamp post against which he had briefly leaned became an unofficial shrine for his subjects, who would place flowers there for years to come. The immediate response of passers-by to Norton's collapse was characterized by the same respect and concern that had marked their relationship with him throughout his reign. They approached his fallen figure with reverence rather than curiosity, covering him with coats and jackets while someone ran to summon medical assistance and the police. Even in death, Norton commanded the protective affection of his subjects, who ensured that his dignity was preserved even in these final moments. The police officers who responded to the scene were among those who had saluted Norton faithfully throughout his reign, and they treated his death with the solemnity appropriate to the passing of a head of state. His body was handled with careful respect, and arrangements were made to ensure that news of his death was communicated to the appropriate authorities and to the press with the dignity that his imperial status deserved. The news of Norton's death spread through the city with the speed of genuine grief. By morning, crowds had gathered outside the morgue where his body lay, not the curious throngs that might assemble for a spectacle, but the quiet, respectful groups that form when a community has lost someone irreplaceable. The newspapers, which had chronicled his reign with such affection, now faced the difficult task of capturing the significance of his passing. The response to news of Norton's death revealed the extent to which he had become integrated into the emotional life of San Francisco. The crowds that gathered were notable for their diversity and their obvious sincerity, representing every segment of the population that had been touched by Norton's reign. These were not merely curiosity seekers, but genuine mourners who had lost a figure who had provided meaning and joy in their daily lives. The behavior of the crowds was remarkable for its order and respectfulness, reflecting the civilized character of Norton's empire and the values he had embodied throughout his reign. There was no pushing or shoving, no attempt to exploit the situation for commercial gain, but rather a quiet dignity that seemed to honor Norton's memory while demonstrating that his influence on the community's character would survive his death. The initial newspaper coverage of Norton's death struggled to find adequate language for describing the significance of his passing. Conventional obituary formulas seemed inadequate for a man whose achievements could not be measured in terms of wealth accumulated, territory conquered, or conventional political success. The challenge for journalists was to convey the genuine importance of Norton's life and reign without making his death seem merely the conclusion of an amusing eccentricity. The San Francisco Chronicle expressed what many felt. Norton had no royal blood, but he had something more rare than royal blood. He had the love of his people. The paper noted that he had shed no blood, robbed no one, and controlled no armies, yet had managed to rule with equity and moderation, in a way that many conventional rulers might envy. His empire, they observed, had been built on kindness rather than force, on imagination rather than wealth, on the willing cooperation of subjects who had chosen to believe in the beautiful impossibility of his reign. The Chronicle's obituary became the template for much of the subsequent coverage of Norton's death, establishing the themes and language that would be used to interpret his legacy. The paper's emphasis on Norton's achievement of genuine authority without the usual tools of power provided a framework for understanding his historical significance that would influence scholarly analysis of his reign for generations to come. Other San Francisco newspapers contributed their own perspectives on Norton's legacy, with each publication emphasizing different aspects of his character and achievements. The Daily Alta, California focused on his role as a social reformer and advocate for the poor, while the San Francisco Bulletin emphasized his contributions to the city's cultural and intellectual life. Together, these obituaries created a comprehensive portrait of a man whose influence had extended into every aspect of his community's development. The national press picked up the story of Norton's death with varying degrees of understanding and appreciation. Eastern newspapers sometimes treated his passing as merely the end of a colorful Western curiosity, but the more thoughtful coverage recognized that Norton's reign had demonstrated important possibilities for alternative forms of social organization and democratic governance. The funeral of Emperor Norton became one of the most remarkable events in San Francisco's history. More than 10,000 people lined the streets as his funeral procession made its way through the city, a cortege that included representatives from every level of society. Wealthy merchants walked beside common laborers, Chinese immigrants stood with European emigrants, and children who had known Norton as a fairy tale figure, made real, joined their parents in paying their respects to the man who had brought wonder into their lives. The organization of Norton's funeral required careful planning to accommodate the enormous public interest while maintaining the dignity appropriate to such a solemn occasion. City officials worked with community leaders to establish processional routes, coordinate with religious authorities, and ensure that adequate facilities were available for the thousands of people who wanted to participate in the ceremonies. The funeral procession was remarkable for its spontaneous organization and the genuine emotion displayed by participants. Unlike conventional state funerals, which rely on official protocols and formal ceremonies, Norton's funeral was largely organized by his subjects themselves, who took responsibility for ensuring that their emperor received the honor he deserved. This grassroots organization reflected the democratic character of Norton's empire and the authentic nature of the relationships he had built with his people. The diversity of the funeral crowds was unprecedented in San Francisco's history, bringing together people from different racial, ethnic, economic, and social backgrounds in a demonstration of unity that reflected Norton's inclusive approach to imperial governance. The sight of wealthy businessmen standing beside working-class immigrants, of Chinese families participating alongside European Americans, provided a powerful visual representation of the values Norton had embodied throughout his reign. The emotional intensity of the funeral was noted by all observers, with many participants openly weeping and expressing their grief at the loss of their beloved emperor. This public display of emotion was remarkable for its genuineness and its universality, transcending the usual social barriers that might have prevented such open expression of feeling. The city's flags flew at half-staff, and businesses closed out of respect for the deceased emperor. The funeral itself was conducted with the dignity appropriate to a head of state, with Norton's casket draped in flowers, and his worn uniform displayed with the honor due to a legitimate sovereign. The service was attended by the mayor, by prominent businessmen, by ordinary citizens who had known Norton only as a kindly presence on the streets, and by the police officers who had saluted him faithfully throughout his reign. The official participation of city government in Norton's funeral represented a remarkable acknowledgement of his unofficial but genuine authority within the community. The mayor's attendance, along with that of other municipal officials, provided a kind of posthumous recognition of Norton's contributions to San Francisco's development and his legitimate claim to a place in the city's history. The religious service was conducted by multiple clergy representing different denominations, reflecting Norton's inclusive approach to spiritual matters and his acceptance by various religious communities within the city. The service emphasized themes of service, compassion, and community responsibility that had characterized Norton's reign, presenting his life as an example of Christian virtue regardless of specific theological differences. The floral tributes to Norton were extraordinary in their quantity and variety, ranging from elaborate arrangements donated by wealthy supporters to simple bouquets gathered by children who had loved their emperor. These flowers came from every part of the city and represented contributions from every level of society, creating a visual representation of the broad-based affection that Norton had inspired. The musical selections for the funeral included both classical pieces appropriate to a state ceremony and popular songs that reflected Norton's connection to ordinary citizens. The combination created an atmosphere that was both solemn and celebratory, honoring Norton's death while also celebrating the joy he had brought into people's lives. Norton was buried in the Masonic Cemetery, his grave marked by a simple headstone that identified him as Norton I, Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico. The inscription, modest though it was, represented the ultimate victory of imagination over convention, of love over law, of the power of a community to create meaning through the simple act of choosing to believe. The selection of Norton's burial site and the design of his monument reflected careful consideration of how best to honor his memory while maintaining the dignity appropriate to his imperial status. The Masonic cemetery was chosen not only for its beauty and respectability, but also for its symbolic significance as a place where social distinctions were minimized and all residents were treated with equal respect. The headstone inscription became a subject of considerable discussion, as those responsible for the monument struggled to find language that would adequately capture Norton's significance while remaining appropriate for a cemetery marker. The final decision to use his imperial title represented a victory for those who believed that Norton's authority should be acknowledged even in death. The grave site quickly became a pilgrimage destination for Norton's subjects, who would visit regularly to leave flowers, share memories, and maintain their connection to their departed emperor. These visits were conducted with the same respectful dignity that had characterized their relationship with Norton during his lifetime, creating an ongoing tribute that would continue for decades after his death. The maintenance of Norton's grave became a community responsibility, with various individuals and organizations taking turns, ensuring that the site remained clean, that flowers were regularly refreshed, and that the headstone was properly maintained. This collective care reflected the continuing loyalty of Norton's subjects and their determination to preserve his memory for future generations. In the days and weeks that followed Norton's death, the city struggled to adjust to his absence. The streets seemed strangely empty without his familiar figure, and the newspapers found themselves with space that had routinely been filled with imperial proclamations. But gradually the people of San Francisco began to understand that Norton's true legacy lay not in his physical presence, but in the example he had set and the lessons he had taught. The immediate aftermath of Norton's death was characterized by a kind of collective disorientation as San Francisco residents attempted to adjust to daily routines that no longer included their emperor's familiar presence. Regular customers of restaurants where Norton had dined would find themselves looking for him at his usual times, while merchants who had grown accustomed to his visits experienced a sense of loss that was both personal and professional. The newspapers faced particular challenges in adjusting to Norton's absence, as his proclamations and activities had provided them with reliable content for more than 20 years. Editors found themselves with unused space and wondered how to fill the columns that had been devoted to imperial news. Some papers attempted to continue covering Norton-related events, but these efforts felt forced and artificial compared to the natural flow of news that had characterized his living reign. The police officers who had saluted Norton faithfully throughout his reign experienced their own form of grief and disorientation. Their daily routines had been structured around the possibility of encountering their emperor, and his absence left a void in their professional lives that was difficult to fill. Some officers continued to patrol Norton's former routes, partly from habit and partly from a sense of continuing loyalty to his memory. The business community's adjustment to Norton's death was complicated by the economic benefits that his presence had provided to certain establishments. Restaurants that had displayed imperial appointments found that tourist interest in these venues declined significantly after Norton's death, while hotels and other businesses had to develop new marketing strategies to replace the attraction that Norton's presence had provided. Norton had demonstrated that authority could be earned through kindness rather than seized through force, that leadership could be a form of service rather than dominance, and that the most powerful empires might be those that existed in the hearts and minds of willing subjects rather than on maps drawn by conquerors. His reign had proved that in a democracy, the people could choose their own royalty, and that the most legitimate crown might be one that was never officially recognized. The philosophical implications of Norton's reign became increasingly apparent in the months and years following his death, as scholars and commentators began to analyze the significance of his unique experiment in alternative governance. His demonstration that authority could be based on love rather than fear challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of political power and the relationship between rulers and subjects. Norton's example suggested that democratic societies might benefit from creating space for non-conventional forms of leadership that could provide services and benefits not available through traditional political institutions. His reign had shown that voluntary cooperation and mutual affection could be more effective than legal obligation and institutional coercion, in motivating positive social behavior. The success of Norton's economic model, based on voluntary contributions and mutual support, rather than taxation and legal obligation, provided insights into alternative approaches to funding public services and supporting community leaders. His experience suggested that people would willingly support leaders who genuinely served their interests and earned their respect, but that such support had to be voluntary to be sustainable and morally legitimate. Norton's approach to conflict resolution, emphasizing patience, understanding, and moral authority rather than force or legal compulsion, offered lessons for both personal relationships and international diplomacy. His correspondence with foreign leaders and his interventions in local disputes had demonstrated the potential effectiveness of moral persuasion when exercised by someone with genuine credibility and obvious good intentions. The emperor's influence on San Francisco's character proved to be permanent. The city that had embraced Norton's gentle eccentricity had learned to value tolerance, imagination, and the willingness to see beyond conventional definitions of success and failure. These qualities became part of San Francisco's identity, contributing to its reputation as a place where unconventional ideas could flourish, and where the impossible might, with enough collective will, become possible. The transformation of San Francisco's cultural character as a result of Norton's influence was gradual but profound, creating a community that was more open to diversity, more willing to experiment with new ideas, and more committed to values of inclusion and mutual respect. This cultural evolution would have lasting effects on the city's development, influencing its approach to social issues, its treatment of minorities, and its willingness to embrace innovation in all areas of life. Norton's legacy contributed to San Francisco's emergence as a center of artistic and cultural innovation, as the city's reputation for tolerance and acceptance attracted creative individuals from around the world. The community's willingness to embrace Norton's unconventional leadership had demonstrated its openness to other forms of non-traditional thinking and expression. The city's approach to social welfare and community support was also influenced by Norton's example, as residents had learned from his reign that voluntary cooperation and mutual aid could be more effective than formal charity or government assistance in addressing human needs. The networks of support that had sustained Norton's empire provided a model for community organization that would influence later social movements and reform efforts throughout the American West. Years later, when the city faced the Great Earthquake of 1906, citizens would remember Norton's example of dignity in the face of disaster, of community spirit in times of crisis, and of the importance of maintaining hope when circumstances seemed hopeless. The emperor, who had once proclaimed the construction of a bridge across the bay, would see his vision realized in the Golden Gate Bridge, a span that connected not just two shores but past and future, dream and reality. The earthquake of 1906 provided the first major test of San Francisco's character in the post-Norton era, and the city's response to this catastrophe reflected many of the values and principles that Norton had embodied during his reign. The disaster destroyed much of the physical city that Norton had known and loved, but it could not destroy the spirit of cooperation and mutual support that his example had helped to nurture. In the immediate aftermath of the earthquake and fires, San Francisco residents demonstrated the same kind of voluntary cooperation and selfless service that had characterized Norton's reign. Wealthy and poor worked together to rescue survivors and fight fires, with social distinctions temporarily forgotten in the face of common danger. The spirit of mutual aid that had sustained Norton's empire proved equally effective in addressing the challenges of natural disaster. The rebuilding of San Francisco, after 1906, incorporated many of the urban planning principles that Norton had advocated during his reign. The new city featured improved transportation systems, better infrastructure, and more rational street layouts that reflected the kind of forward-thinking approach to municipal development that Norton had championed decades earlier. City planners and architects seemed to understand that they were building not just a new San Francisco, but a better one that would honor the memory of the emperor who had envisioned its potential. The earthquake relief efforts demonstrated the effectiveness of the voluntary cooperation model that Norton had pioneered, as communities organized themselves to provide food, shelter, and medical care without waiting for official assistance. The same spirit of mutual responsibility and collective action that had supported Norton's reign proved equally valuable in addressing the practical challenges of disaster recovery. Norton's bridge proposal, which had seemed fantastical when first proclaimed in the 1860s, began to seem increasingly practical as San Francisco grew and expanded in the early 20th century. The Golden Gate Bridge, completed in 1937, represented the ultimate vindication of Norton's vision, demonstrating that his seemingly impossible dreams had actually been prescient predictions of the city's future needs and capabilities. The psychological impact of the Golden Gate Bridge's completion extended beyond its practical benefits to transportation and commerce. For many San Franciscans, the bridge represented a tangible connection to Norton's legacy, proof that the emperor's dreams had been grounded in genuine insight about the city's potential. The bridge became a symbol, not just of engineering achievement, but of the power of imagination to transform reality. Norton's story became part of San Francisco's mythology, told and retold in books and articles, in plays and films, in the oral tradition that passes from one generation to the next. Each telling added new details and interpretations, but the essential truth remained constant, that a man with nothing but imagination and kindness had created an empire that outlasted many built on more conventional foundations. The literary and artistic treatments of Norton's story reflected the continuing fascination with his unique experiment in alternative governance and the lessons it offered for understanding human nature and social organization. Writers found in his reign rich material for exploring themes of American identity, democratic values, and the tension between individual vision and social conformity. Mark Twain, who had observed Norton during his years as a San Francisco journalist, wrote about the emperor with affection and respect, recognizing in him a kindred spirit who understood the importance of performance and imagination in human affairs. Twain's portrayal of Norton helped establish his reputation as a significant figure in American cultural history, rather than merely a local curiosity. Robert Louis Stevenson, during his time in San Francisco, was similarly impressed by Norton's dignity and the genuine affection he inspired in his subjects. Stevenson's writings about Norton emphasized the universal appeal of his story and its relevance to broader questions about leadership, authority, and the nature of human community. The theatrical adaptations of Norton's story became popular throughout the American West, with touring companies presenting plays that celebrated his reign while also exploring its deeper meanings. These productions helped spread Norton's fame beyond San Francisco, while also contributing to the development of a distinctively American theatrical tradition that valued character and moral insight over conventional dramatic structures. Film adaptations of Norton's story, beginning in the silent era and continuing through the present day, have reached audiences around the world, introducing new generations to his example and ensuring that his legacy continues to inspire people facing their own challenges in creating more humane and just communities. The emperor's legacy extended far beyond the boundaries of his adopted city. Writers and philosophers found in his story a parable about the nature of power and the importance of consensual governance. Political theorists used his example to explore questions about legitimacy and authority, while psychologists studied his reign as an example of how communities could collectively create meaning and purpose. Academic study of Norton's reign has produced scholarship in fields ranging from American history to political science to psychology and sociology. Historians have analyzed his story as an example of alternative approaches to governance during the Gilded Age, while political scientists have used his experience to test theories about authority, legitimacy, and democratic participation. Psychologists have been particularly interested in Norton's apparent mental stability despite his unconventional beliefs and behavior, finding in his story evidence that eccentric thinking and behavior can be perfectly compatible with effective leadership and positive social contribution. His example has influenced approaches to mental health treatment and social integration that emphasize adaptation and functionality rather than conformity to conventional norms. Sociologists have studied Norton's reign as an example of how communities can create alternative social structures based on voluntary cooperation rather than legal obligation or economic compulsion. His experience provides insights into the conditions under which such alternative arrangements can succeed and the benefits they can provide to participants. The international recognition of Norton's significance has grown over time, with scholars and writers from around the world finding in his story universal themes and lessons that transcend the specific circumstances of 19th century San Francisco. His reign has been studied as an example of peaceful resistance to conventional authority, of creative approaches to social organization, and of the power of individual vision to transform communities. European scholars have been particularly interested in Norton's story as an example of how American democratic ideals could be extended beyond conventional political institutions to create new forms of social organization based on voluntary participation and mutual respect. His reign has been interpreted as a uniquely American contribution to the global conversation about democracy and governance. Norton had proved that the most enduring empires might be those built not on conquest and domination, but on love and voluntary allegiance. His kingdom had no borders except those of imagination, no laws except those of kindness, and no subjects except those who chose to believe in the possibility of a better world. In creating this empire, he had given not just San Francisco but the entire world, a gift that would endure long after his physical presence had faded into memory. The philosophical implications of Norton's achievement continue to resonate in contemporary discussions about leadership, governance, and social organization. His demonstration that authority could be based on service rather than domination has influenced thinking about management, education, and community organizing in contexts far removed from 19th century San Francisco. Norton's model of inclusive leadership has been particularly influential in discussions about diversity and inclusion in modern organizations and communities. His example of treating all people with equal dignity, regardless of their background or circumstances, has provided a template for leaders seeking to create more welcoming and supportive environments for people from different cultures and social positions. The economic principles demonstrated by Norton's reign continue to influence thinking about alternative approaches to organization and resource allocation. His success in creating a sustainable support system based on voluntary cooperation rather than market transactions or government taxation has inspired experiments in cooperative economics and mutual aid societies around the world. Norton's approach to conflict resolution, emphasizing understanding and moral persuasion rather than force or legal compulsion, has influenced the development of mediation and restorative justice practices that seek to address underlying causes of conflict, rather than simply punishing wrongdoing or enforcing compliance with rules. The educational legacy of Norton's reign extends beyond the direct impact he had on the children of San Francisco, to include his influence on thinking about alternative approaches to learning and development. His example of teaching through storytelling, personal example, and genuine engagement with students has influenced progressive education movements that emphasize character development and social responsibility alongside academic achievement. Norton's international correspondence and his advocacy for peaceful resolution of conflicts have been studied by scholars of international relations as an early example of citizen diplomacy and moral leadership in global affairs. His letters to foreign leaders demonstrated the potential for individuals acting outside official channels to contribute to peace and understanding between nations. The environmental implications of Norton's lifestyle and values have gained increasing recognition as concerns about sustainability and resource consumption have grown. His demonstration that happiness and fulfillment could be achieved with minimal material possessions has influenced thinking about alternative approaches to development and consumption that prioritize human welfare over economic growth. Norton's reign has also been studied as an early example of what would later be called soft power, the ability to influence others through attraction and persuasion rather than coercion or payment. His success in governing through moral authority and personal example has provided insights into the mechanisms by which such influence operates and the conditions under which it can be effective. The technological implications of Norton's communication methods and organizational structures have attracted attention from scholars studying network theory and information systems. His ability to maintain effective communication and coordination across his empire without formal bureaucratic structures has provided insights into alternative approaches to organizational design and management. Contemporary discussions about mental health and neurodiversity have found in Norton's story an important example of how communities can accommodate and benefit from individuals whose thinking and behavior differ from conventional norms. His success challenges assumptions about the relationship between mental health and social functionality, suggesting that diverse forms of thinking and expression can contribute positively to community life. Norton's influence on urban planning and community development has been recognized by architects and planners who appreciate his early advocacy for infrastructure improvements and his understanding of the relationship between physical environment and social welfare. His vision of cities designed to serve human needs rather than merely facilitate economic activity has influenced contemporary discussions about sustainable urban development. As we close this gentle exploration of Norton's remarkable life, let us remember that his story is not merely a historical curiosity, but a continuing invitation to imagine new possibilities for human community and governance. In a world that often seems dominated by force and greed, Norton's example reminds us that there are other ways to lead, other forms of success, and other empires worth building mighty empires of the heart, where the only currency is kindness, and the only law is love. Norton's legacy challenges each generation to consider what kind of society they want to create and what values they want to embody in their daily lives. His example suggests that ordinary individuals can make extraordinary contributions to their communities through simple acts of kindness, imagination, and service to others. The continuing relevance of Norton's story lies not in the specific details of his reign, but in the universal principles he demonstrated: that leadership is most effective when it serves others rather than the self, that authority is most legitimate when it is freely given rather than forcibly taken, and that the most lasting achievements are those that enhance human dignity and promote the welfare of all. In our own time, when traditional institutions often seem inadequate to address the challenges facing human society, Norton's example offers hope that creative individuals and communities can develop new approaches to organization and governance that better serve human needs and aspirations. His reign demonstrates that change is possible when people are willing to imagine alternatives to conventional arrangements and to work together to make those alternatives reality. Norton's empire of memory continues to expand as new generations discover his story and find in it inspiration for their own efforts to create more just, compassionate, and inclusive communities. His legacy reminds us that the most powerful force in human affairs is not wealth or military might, but the simple willingness to care for others and to believe in the possibility of creating a better world through love, imagination, and collective action. The emperor who once ruled over a single city, through the power of kindness and imagination, has become a citizen of the world, his influence extending wherever people seek alternatives to systems based on domination and exploitation. His reign continues wherever individuals choose service over self-interest, cooperation over competition, and love over fear. In the end, Norton's greatest achievement was not the creation of an empire, but the demonstration that such creation is possible for anyone willing to dedicate their life to the welfare of others. His story is not complete, because it continues in every act of kindness, every gesture of inclusion, and every effort to build communities based on mutual respect and shared humanity. Norton I, Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico, may have died in 1880, but his empire lives on in the hearts of all who believe that a better world is possible and who are willing to work to make it reality. His legacy is not preserved in monuments of stone or bronze, but in the living example of those who choose to follow his path of service, compassion, and hope. The fog that shrouded San Francisco on the night of Norton's death has long since lifted, but the light of his example continues to shine, guiding travelers toward the possibility of creating empires of the heart, where all are welcome, all are valued, and all are loved. In such empires, Norton's reign continues, and his subjects multiply with each person who chooses to believe in the power of kindness to transform the world. Conclusion. And so we come to the end of our journey through the remarkable reign of Emperor Norton, a man who transformed personal failure into public triumph, who built an empire without armies, and who ruled through the simple power of imagination and kindness. As you settle deeper into the comfort of your bed, let Norton's story carry you gently towards sleep, reminding you that in a world of endless possibilities, the most beautiful dreams might be those we choose to share with others. The fog has lifted from San Francisco Bay, and the emperor's long reign has ended, but the empire he built in the hearts of his subjects continues to this day. In every act of kindness, in every moment when we choose imagination over cynicism, in every instance when we recognize that true authority comes not from power over others, but from service to them, Norton's gentle revolution continues. Sleep well, dear listener, and perhaps dream of a world where emperors are chosen not for their wealth or their armies, but for their capacity to bring joy and wonder into the lives of ordinary people. In such dreams, we are all subjects of the most benevolent empire ever created, the empire of human kindness, where everyone is welcome, everyone is valued, and everyone is loved. Rest now, and let the memory of Emperor Norton watch over your dreams, as he once watched over the streets of San Francisco, with patience, with dignity, and with the unwavering belief that tomorrow might bring new possibilities for wonder and joy. Good night, and may your dreams be filled with the gentle wisdom of the Emperor who taught us that the greatest power is the power to make others happy.